struggling to grasp this foreigner's request, and went back inside the house to retrieve his outer coat and shoes. When he returned, he slowly led the group to an open courtyard crammed with villagers and bandits milling around with other prisoners, including the Shanghai cousins. Liu called out for stools and a large pot of tea. As the chairs were arranged and refreshments brought, Pinger had a chance to quietly coach Roland on how to ingratiate himself to the bandit chief. "Play up to the old man. It may mean your release." Roland stood up, straightened his red silk coat, smiled, then walked over to the aging bandit. Liu was most impressed with the boy's coolness. Liu set Roland on his knee like a kid visiting Santa Claus, admired his fair hair, and, with Hung interpreting, asked what his age was, patting him in an affectionate manner. Liu then began to talk. Liu agreed that the letter from the two doctors to Major Pinger presented an opportunity. Liu knew that the messages to the Chinese soldiers carried by other released hostages had not succeeded in getting the troops to stand down. He also believed that a military officer's response would certainly help in gaining the attention of the U.S. government as leverage against the deceitful Chinese warlords. Liu then paused in reflection and, lifting Roland off his knee as if to hasten his departure, he ordered, "The boy can go." "Glory hallelujah," the major thought, clasping his hands together and slightly bowing to Liu in a gesture of gratitude and respect. Popo Liu gave Pinger a piece of paper to write the letter that Roland would take back with him. With Hung translating, Liu asked Pinger to write that all hostages would be shot in 3 days if the troops were not withdrawn. Pinger flinched at the wording dictated by Liu, thinking of how Miriam and his family back in the United States would react if this letter were printed in the newspapers. Pinger toned down the language and simply wrote that the bandits had threatened the worst. A short deadline of 3 days was quite unreasonable, too, given the time that it would take to deliver the letter to the authorities and thereafter to deliver the instructions to the troops to withdraw. Liu also instructed Major Pinger to write that the government troops have burned our villages and killed our men, but Pinger simply wrote that the brigands had suffered at the hands of the troops. On a readback, the bandit chief told Hung that he was not satisfied with the letter and angrily ordered Pinger to tell your friends that we mean business, or at least that was how Hung translated Liu's threatening language. Hung realized that Pinger may have wanted to shun the menacing language, but Hung also wanted to avoid angering Liu in order to ensure that Roland would be allowed to leave. So without changing the original letter, Hung asked Pinger to add a few forceful lines that may have slightly stretched the truth. Hung told Liu that this language would make it clear to the outside world the seriousness of the situation. The key message of Pinger's letter was to urge the government troops to withdraw. Pinger added in a final sentence about the need for Western food. The only thing the prisoners could eat in the villages appeared to be eggs, watery gruel, and shantung dog. During the drawn-out wordsmithing, several of the Shanghai cousins repeatedly shouted out to Pinger to be sure that 12-year-old Bobby Allen went along with the younger Roland. "Keep your shirts on," yelled back Pinger. Pinger was concerned that if he asked too much, Liu would renege on the whole idea. Pinger could also see that the bandit chief was getting anxious to return to his opium, so it was important to get him first to agree to the language of the letter. After some reflection, Liu audibly grumbled but finally agreed. Hung smiled as he translated back Liu's consent, and Pinger breathed a big sigh of relief. Before Liu got up, Pinger pitched the idea that it was necessary for Bobby to accompany Roland on the journey down the mountain. Liu wavered and ran his hand through his mustache overhanging his upper lip. "How old is this other boy?" Liu asked. "He's about 12 years, said the major, thinking that the bandit chief might not believe him, for Bobby was taller than him and probably heavier. "Very well," said Liu. "Take your guard and go back to your village. I shall send for the other boy and his father. When they arrive, both boys will go out together." "Just a moment," Pinger said, although the meeting with Liu had obviously ended. "The night is very dark. Both boys are small. Will you not send with the lads 5 or 6 of your most trusted followers?" "Have no fear for your son," Liu angrily shouted back. Pinger hesitated, but decided not to push the issue, knowing that it was too risky. Pinger then noticed that Liu immediately regretted the harshness of his tone, realizing that the major was only trying to protect the boys. "Have you no coat?" Liu calmly asked, changing the subject. "No," said Pinger, standing before Liu in his ridiculously oversized pants and pajama top. This large garment must serve both as trousers and as waistcoat. Liu smiled at the badly dressed foreigner, and then ordered one of his subordinates to produce a coat. In a moment, Liu was back with a parting gift for Pinger. A fine dinner coat which had been looted from the train. Pinger then thanked Liu for his generosity as the bandit walked back inside his house. The major gave Roland the letter, kissed him goodbye, and told him that if, God willing, Miriam and Edward had made it to safety, he should take care of his mother and younger brother. Pinger, Hung, and their guards returned to the village compound from the bandit chief's house as dusk approached. Pinger walked in a haze, feeling a deep sense of worry about his decision to leave young Roland in the hands of the bandits. He would never forgive himself if something happened to his first child. He nonetheless believed that his choices were limited. His captivity was likely to be a long, drawn-out process, and there was much risk that the boys would be shot in the crossfire. The major also thought that if he needed to risk an escape, he was better off without the boys present. Further, Pinger believed the assurances of the bandit chief. When old Popo Liu said, "Have no fear for your son," I knew that I was dealing with a man who would have shot both of us if necessary, but he meant just what he said, Pinger told Hung. At 2 o'clock in the morning of May 10th, Roland and Bobby set out down the valley on 2 donkeys, moving at a brisk pace across the moonlit countryside. Accompanying the boys were several of Liu's bandit guards and several Chinese captives, including one of the captured train guards, who were being released by the bandits so they could guide the boys through the maze of villages and past the army cordon. When they reached the bandit army's front lines, the escorts pointed in the direction of what looked like the lights of a nearby town. The bandits, turning northward in the direction of their camp, then disappeared into the darkness. The boys headed toward the light, reaching the military line around dawn. The Chinese captives in the party called out to the soldiers to identify themselves, and the group was granted safe passage through the lines. As they got closer to the town lights, they could see a searchlight on a high tower scanning the horizon. At 7 o'clock in the morning, as the sun was rising, the boys arrived outside the heavily fortified mining compound of Zhaochuang, which would soon become the de facto command center for the military and diplomatic efforts to rescue the hostages taken from the Peking Express. Chapter 13. Diplomacy in Action. The mining company maintains an armed force of 800 men for protection. They have several machine guns and howitzers. All night, a strong searchlight is played on all of the approaches to Zhaochuang, and especially on the roads and paths leading from Baozugu. Carl Crow, publisher and the chief of the American Rescue Mission. May 10th, 1923, 7 o'clock a.m., Zhaochuang Mining Compound. Located 19 miles east of Lincheng, the Zhaochuang Mining Compound was owned and operated by the Zhongxing Mining Company, one of the first Chinese-owned mining operations without foreign interests. Still, it was as disconnected from the lives of ordinary Chinese peasants as the foreign-held mines had been. Although equipped with sophisticated foreign-made mining technology, the compound was situated in one of the poorest regions of China. There were no roads beyond the mines other than simple country paths. Given the proximity to bandit country and a restive peasant population, all the mining company's senior managers lived inside the safety of the compound's high walls in comfortable European-styled houses. The mining company employees did not dare venture more than a mile from the walls for fear of being captured and held for ransom. Inside the ground's 25 acres were the coal mine pithead, a power plant, a small railway station, a rail yard, and a large administrative building. For protection, the company had a private security force of 800 men armed with high-powered rifles, machine guns, howitzers, and 75mm artillery capable of firing up to 24 rounds per minute. The compound was a fortress. The walls were topped with an electric fence and multiple guard towers. Outside the walls was a moat and barbed wire entanglements. The security services operated a powerful 60-inch General Electric searchlight that constantly scanned the countryside for potential bandit attacks. All throughout the night, the searchlight illuminated the footpaths and roads leading to Zhaochuang. This had been the strange finger of light the hostages saw as they marched across the countryside a few days earlier. Since the Lincheng incident had begun, the Peking government had sent about 30 rail cars to Zhaochuang to serve as sleeping quarters for the consular representatives and support staff who were descending upon the fortress. The American diplomats, among them Consul John Davis, Assistant Military Attaché Wallace Falloon, and Language Officer Lloyd Horsfall, were the first to arrive and were followed by Raffaele Ferraiolo, the Vice Consul from the Italian Consulate in Shanghai, and Pierre-Jean Crépin, the General Consul of the French Consulate in Shanghai. Soon, more people came. Distraught family members of the hostages, soldiers from both Chinese and foreign militaries, as well as nosy local curiosity seekers. British Consul Bertolt Tours was late to the party, for he had remained in Xinan to conduct the inquest concerning Rothman's death, and arrived in Zhaochuang at 10 o'clock on the evening of May 13th. In addition to the diplomats, Zhaochuang had also become a destination for newspapermen, who started to camp out in the compound to cover the latest developments of the crisis. The former hostage Larry Lerbas of the China Press arrived in Zhaochuang after an overnight trip down to Shanghai to get a new set of clothes. The Chicago Tribune's Peking correspondent, Charles A. Daly, was there, as well as the esteemed girl reporter Edna Lee Booker, a stringer for the International News Service. Foreign correspondents were urged to spare no expense to cable the news as it happened, but many U.S. newspaper correspondents complained to Minister Sherman that their telegrams were delayed or not being sent or received by the telegraph operators. According to the correspondence, the operators were instructed by the Chinese Telegraph Administration to chuck or delay transmissions from foreign media to suppress news about the Peking Express. Chinese officials also pressured reporters to publish nothing unfriendly about the government's handling of the crisis. But the international press escaped the censors by sending runners with handwritten stories to the treaty ports outside the Chinese Telegraph Administration's jurisdiction, and these articles were then forwarded by the wire services to every corner of the planet. Early in the morning on May 10th, the foreign diplomats and scores of people living and working within the mining compound started to make their way to the canteen for breakfast. At the gates, the tower guards were surprised to see 2 light-haired boys and several Chinese men waving their hands over their heads and walking toward the north gate of the mining compound in the dawn light. As a precaution, the guards trained their rifles on the strangers. After realizing they did not pose a threat, the guards opened the massive doors to let the group into the stone-walled compound, while another guard sprinted to the 2-story office building, which the foreign diplomats and government officials had turned into their headquarters. Within minutes, a large jubilant group had gathered just inside the gate to welcome the boys. They were greeted by U.S. diplomats including Major Horsfall, Major Falloon, and Consul John Davis. Horsfall asked Roland if his father was injured and in need of medical care. "He's fine, but his feet are blistered and bruised," the boy said. "But so is everyone else's." Relieved, Horsfall explained that the initial reports were that Roland's father had been shot, so the two doctors had been sent to provide medical treatment. The boys handed Horsfall and Davis the letter from Popolio, drafted by Major Pinger. The key message, the diplomats quickly discerned, was that the troops needed to cease firing and stand down. While Falloon and Horsfall debriefed the two American boys, Father Wilhelm Lenfers, whom Lucy Aldrich had met a few days earlier at the Lincheng station, talked with the Chinese captives who accompanied Roland and Bobby. They gave the priest a description of the villages and the temple where the hostages were located. Given his knowledge of the region, the well-traveled priest immediately knew that the hostages were being held in the vicinity of the Dragon Door Temple, which was located in the Daihuanbeng Mountains, roughly 5 miles north of Zhaochuang. Lenfers approached the diplomats and offered to go meet with the bandit chiefs to determine the conditions for their release. The aging priest set out to find the missing passengers on his own. After leaving Zhaochuang with Major Horsfall, Bobby and Roland slept soundly on the train ride from Lincheng northward to Tianjin, where their mothers were waiting. When they woke up, they went to the dining car and were quickly surrounded by a group of passengers who were riveted by the stories of their time in captivity. The reporter Edna Lee Booker rode the train specifically to get an exclusive, in-depth account of the boys' ordeal. The worst part of the adventure, the boys said, was the long forced marches and the filthy sleeping quarters. When asked how they were treated, they announced that the bandit chiefs liked them. "The bandits were good to us," Bobby explained. "Every day the bandit chief played with us and called to his men to look at our hair and eyes. They liked to ruffle our light hair." When asked if they were afraid of getting shot, the boys were quick to dismiss the outlaws' marksmanship skills. "I wasn't afraid of the bandits. Why? They can't shoot. Every time they shoot, they aim and turn their head around and close their eyes when they fire," said Roland, to the laughs of his audience. "We can shoot better than they can," boasted Bobby Allen. "The bandit that followed me around just wore an old soldier uniform and carried a gun and had a goofy grin." They both laughed when they described the silly antics of the bandits in playing the musical instruments acquired from the train. With the attention of an admiring audience, the boys started to embellish their stories for color. "We looked into a cave one morning, and there were piles and piles of silver dollars, hundreds and hundreds of them, and rolls of paper bills," said Bobby, with an air of mystery. "I also saw lots of rings and bracelets and watches," added Roland. When Booker started to sense that the boys' cave and treasure story matched some of the features of the adventures of Tom Sawyer, she asked if they were brave like the book's namesake character. "Tom Sawyer? Why, he only lived in Missouri," said Bobby, "while Roland and I were kidnapped in China. Gee, Tom Sawyer hasn't anything on us." "No, and I guess Huck Finn hasn't either," added Roland. For all their boyish bravado, they didn't talk about the murders and beatings they witnessed, and they didn't admit how they feared never seeing their fathers again. The excitement of their adventure masked the trauma of what they had lived through. When the plucky youngsters arrived at Tianjin, where the U.S. Army maintained a permanent garrison, they were smothered by their mothers as they stepped off the train. Even the toddler Edward hugged his brother Roland in excitement. Major Horsfall told the waiting U.S. military and medical personnel, standing by to provide support for the boys, that he believed the boys were in fine shape, despite the ordeal. Haggard from the experience, both Miriam Pinger and Martha Allen thanked Horsfall for escorting the boys, but they remained disappointed about the lack of progress on the hostage situation, and were deeply worried about the safety of their husbands. Father Lenfers left Zhaochuang around midday on May 10th for the 5-mile hike up to the Dragon Door Temple. Lenfers was a member of the Society of the Divine Word, known by its Latin abbreviation SVD, Societas Verbi Divini. Originally from Munster, Germany, Lenfers was 50 years of age. Shantung had become his home. He arrived in the province in 1898. He lived and worked at the large Lincheng Catholic Church complex, within walking distance of the Lincheng train station on the Tientsin-Pukou rail line. Lenfers was committed to an ascetic lifestyle. Indeed, he wanted to live the same simple life as the Chinese peasant. He dressed in a long, pale white changshen, a Chinese-styled gown, and wore soft Chinese shoes made of cloth. He was tall and had a long, unkempt beard that was streaked with gray. To guard against the hot sun, Lenfers wore a white pith helmet, and he used a cane to navigate the rough paths and stones of the rural countryside. For food, he carried a loaf of bread and dry sausage, and instead of riding a horse, he walked everywhere. Lenfers had strong Chinese language skills and had built the trust of the Lincheng community. Whenever Lenfers was in the presence of bandits, many of the outlaws hid in shame because they respected him and were embarrassed by their activities. Several of the bandits were Catholic converts and attended Mass at the Lincheng Parish Church. Even the non-Catholics would ask the old priest for his blessings and prayers as he traveled from village to village. The bandits sought shelter and medical assistance from local missionaries, and they often relied on the missionaries to help settle disputes between rival factions. The old priest was not judgmental, realizing that most of the men who became bandits did so out of desperation. On the morning of the train robbery, Lenfers was preparing for Sunday Mass when a parishioner came to the sacristy and told him that the express train had been derailed just south of Lincheng, and more than 1,000 bandits had dragged away hundreds of foreign and Chinese men, women, and children. Lenfers immediately understood the gravity of the situation. He had seen warlords like General Tian destroy scores of villages in the area as payback for giving shelter and support to the bandits. He expected that the military would only intensify its campaign now that foreigners had become captives, and he feared that many lives would be lost. To try to mediate the crisis, Lenfers now believed that it was best to head to the Dragon Door Temple in an effort to locate the hostages and speak with the bandit chiefs. Leaving Caochuang, he walked through the porous military lines without being stopped by the provincial troops. Lenfers stayed overnight in a hamlet just below the villages surrounding the temple. His hope was to meet the bandit chiefs to determine the condition of the prisoners and terms of release. When he arrived at the Dragon Door Temple, Lenfers was led into a small but clean room with a table and 4 benches, and was given the place of honor at the table. There he met with Sun Mei-yao, who was well acquainted with him. Lenfers noticed that Sun looked more like a university student than a bandit chief. He was clean-cut and well-dressed, and wore eyeglasses. He had a quiet voice, and his cordial and friendly tone belied his rather grim message. "We are not bandits, but have been deprived of our livelihood when we were dismissed as soldiers, unpaid." The bandit chief emphasized that they were desperate, and believed that the wholesale kidnapping of foreigners was the only way to force Peking to take their demands seriously. Sun emphasized that he was not interested in money. Rather, they wanted first and foremost that the Chinese troops be withdrawn and to cease their relentless attacks on the bandits and the neighboring villages. Second, Sun insisted that the bandits be re-enlisted into the military forces. He also wanted a guarantee that should they come to terms and cease hostilities, there would be no reprisals in any form against the bandits and their leaders. "We are prepared to slaughter the prisoners if our demands are not accepted," Sun warned, his voice as soft as a whisper. Sun set the deadline for 48 hours. Lenfers talked with him for more than an hour, but the priest was unable to get him to soften his position. The bandit chief also told Lenfers that statements of the Chinese officials, especially the hated General Tian, meant nothing to the bandits, and that a commitment by the foreign governments must be given. Chinese promises alone were not sufficient. Our demands include guarantees from the foreign diplomats, since we are unwilling to accept any pledges from Chinese officials. This did not surprise Lenfers. He knew that the warlords dominated the country with unrelenting violence and corruption, which had affected Sun's faith in his own government's ability to keep its word. Lenfers agreed to take the message to the government representatives at Zhaochuang. The priest then pleaded with Sun to allow him to see the captives. They first brought in Leon Friedman, a physically imposing figure in comparison to the bandits. Friedman looked like he was in good health, despite the long trek. Friedman told the priest about the march, the condition of the captives, and the need for food and clothing. He also told the priest that he was unaware of the exact demands of the bandits, but was informed repeatedly that ransom was not important. Friedman then called in Eddie Elias, who was fluent in German, Lenfers' native language. Lenfers found Eddie to be sunburned, but otherwise in good condition. The priest told Elias that press reports indicated that both Heimovich and Zimmerman escaped when the train was first seized, and that they had safely arrived in Tianjin. This was a huge relief for the Shanghai cousins. Lenfers next met with Safier, who had to be carried into the room because his right foot, lacerated during the shoeless trek, had swelled to twice its normal size. Lenfers found the young man's condition serious and asked the bandits to release him for treatment. Sun refused this request, but assured Lenfers that they planned to summon a foreign doctor to treat both Safier and Musso. Next, Major Allen was brought in. Lenfers grasped Allen's hand, his voice shaking with emotion. Lenfers told Allen that Bobby and Roland Jr. had arrived safely in Zhaochuang and were on their way to Tianjin to meet their mothers. Allen breathed a huge sigh of relief. After meeting them individually, Lenfers addressed this group of foreign captives and informed them of the demands of Sun Mei-yao. The priest also mentioned the growing contingent of foreign consular representatives and officials at the Zhaochuang mining compound in support of a rescue effort. All were very concerned about the short time they had to meet the bandits' demands. Before departing, Lenfers went back to Sun and again pleaded with him to extend the deadline. Sun and Liu discussed the matter and eventually agreed to extend the time period from 2 to 3 days. But Sun absolutely refused to give any more time and told Lenfers in a calm voice that he would kill all the hostages if Peking did not give in. Lenfers took Sun aside and calmly spoke to him in Chinese. "You are too smart, too intelligent to shoot these innocent people," he said. "Do not deceive yourself or believe me soft," Sun warned. "What I threaten, I will carry out exactly as I promise." Just then, they heard distant gunfire coming from the south, where General Tian's troops had amassed. Sun's face flashed with anger. "If they don't keep their promises, we won't keep ours." The old priest assured him he would walk the whole night, sore feet and all, to carry out your message. Major Allen, not understanding Chinese, asked the priest if they would be released soon. "No, they will not release you," Lenfers replied. "And they say if the Chinese troops do not withdraw within 3 days, you all will be shot." Lenfers, speaking in English in a low voice, told the hostages that he still thought that Sun would not carry out the threat, given that the bandits needed them alive in order to achieve their objectives. But this was hardly reassuring to the hostages. Before Lenfers left the village, the captives wrote out letters to family and friends. The Shanghai cousins quickly prepared a letter to their families stating that they were receiving good treatment. All well, don't worry, expecting release. Friedman drafted a general statement to the diplomatic corps, which was signed by all of the captives. As they were writing the statement, Lenfers requested to see the Italian lawyer Musso, but the bandits declined his request, stating that Musso was in poor health and being kept a good distance away. The priest left the hostages with a basket of food, including bread and other baked goods, Chinese ham, and vegetables from the missionary gardens. For reading materials, the priest left behind the only thing readily available, several copies of the Bible. While the captives were quite grateful, Leon Friedman couldn't help but laugh. "What is a good Jew boy going to do in the circumstances? We starve, and they send us ham. We have nothing to read, and they send us the New Testament." Lenfers was worried about the short deadline imposed by the bandits. He walked down the valley as fast as his legs could take him. It was difficult for the old priest to travel so quickly through the deep ravines and rocky roads. As Lenfers hobbled toward the military lines, shots rang out, causing him to drop to his knees. Unlike the day before, when he merely walked through the military lines, the troops at the cordon now saw him as a threat. His drab dress, worn and dirtied from the day's arduous travel, also made him look like more of a peasant than a foreigner. He raised his hands in surrender as Tien's soldiers surrounded him. Lenfers was clearly unarmed, but the soldiers nevertheless pushed him to the ground, looking for weapons under his changshan as he tried to explain that he had a message for the foreign consular representatives in Zhaochuang. After searching him, the soldiers pushed him away and let him continue. Lenfers trembled as he walked past the angry armed men. As he proceeded behind the lines, he saw several medics treating soldiers who had fresh gunshot wounds from firefights with the bandits. The fighting had been raging all day. "This is truly a valley of the shadow of death," he thought, hurrying toward Zhaochuang. Lenfers was relieved when the mining compound was in sight and the heavy gates began to open. Almost immediately, a crowd swarmed the exhausted old priest. They gave him a chair and some water. Catching his breath, Lenfers told the audience that the release of the passengers would not come easily. The militant position of both the bandits and the army troops was not encouraging. He was not optimistic for a quick resolution. Lenfers handed to U.S. Consul John Davis the initial demands of the bandits prepared by Sun Mei-yao, as well as the captives' collective statement prepared by Leon Friedman. The handwritten letter of the Self-Governed Army for the Establishment of the Country stated that the brigands were former soldiers who were defeated and disbanded after battles in neighboring Henan province and who then returned to Shantung to live their lives as farmers. But the Shantung Provincial Army operating in the region saw them as a threat and began hunting them down. They had no choice, they said, but to gather their men in the mountains in order to wage a war for peace. During the past few years, the people in the adjacent villages have been greatly oppressed, Consul Davis said, reading the bandit chief's letter out loud. While the troops ostensibly were sent to suppress the bandits, they have robbed the people of their money and have carried away their cattle and horses. The people, on account of their inability to live in peace, have joined us in large numbers. The key demand of the bandits, Lenfers added, was to end the siege of Baozuku Mountain. This needed to occur before any negotiations for the release of the foreigners. The letter went on to make a clear threat against the foreign captives. "The foreign captives are all here," Davis continued. "It is desired at present that all troops which surround us be immediately withdrawn to the provincial capital. We will then discuss our other demands. If the troops are not withdrawn in 2 days, all foreigners will be shot, and not one will be spared. The military officers should take action accordingly." As the letter was being read, General Tien approached the group. The warlord had arrived with a large contingent of bodyguards just a few hours before. He announced that he would remain in Zhaochuang until the hostages were released. Sensing that he would be held responsible if the Lincheng incident resulted in a bloodbath, Tien had earlier offered to resign from office, but the Peking authorities declined and implored him to continue his efforts to obtain the release of the captives. This vote of confidence from Peking seemed to embolden Tien. He was now in no mood to negotiate with the bandits. "Tear up this nonsense," Tien shouted at Davis. Then Tien turned to Lenfers. "You had no authority to be in communication with the brigands, and you were not sanctioned to cross the military lines to go up to the bandit camps." but the foreign diplomats gave the priest a reassuring nod to ignore the angry general. As Tian walked away in a huff, the reporters clamored around Lenfers to learn more about the bandit chief and the health and morale of the hostages, whose fates hung in the balance. "I advise you to print in large letters that there's no hope of the prisoners being released in short time," the old priest said, as General Tian walked away. "Who thinks otherwise is ignorant of the ways of mountain outlaws." No one was surprised when Shanghai publisher and ad man Carl Crow volunteered to lead a relief mission after hearing that prominent members in the Shanghai expatriate community had been taken hostage by bandits. Polished and with a good-natured smile, Crow loved to shoot the breeze with friends and clients about the latest advertising trends in the booming China market. He was extraordinarily perceptive and understood the China game better than most. Crow was also chairman of the Shanghai chapter of the American Red Cross and was prepared to carry the American Red Cross flag to Zhaochuang. Crow not only had the requisite sense of adventure, he also felt a professional obligation to ensure that the rescue efforts came off successfully. Since 1913, he had written and published the leading guidebook of China for Western tourists, business travelers, and missionaries. Now in its third edition, The Traveler's Handbook for China was already a classic. Crow peddled the idea that travel in China was safe, and that the bandits were harmless, their presence adding only zest rather than danger to the journey. But now that those same bandits were threatening to kill dozens of foreign travelers, Crow believed that his credibility, as well as China's reputation as a safe destination for travelers, was at stake. What's more, his best friend, John Powell, was one of the hostages, and Crow knew that Martha Powell was quite fearful about her husband's well-being. Besides, why let JB have all the fun and attention? Crow arrived at Zhaochuang from Shanghai with a half-dozen suitcases of food and clothing to establish what he called the American Rescue Mission, even though it was not sanctioned by the U.S. government. He set himself up in a used railroad carriage in the walled mining compound, next door to the American diplomats. Within days, the American Rescue Mission enlisted local peasants to carry supplies to the bandits' stronghold for use by the hostages. The supply line quickly became known as the Peking Express. Chapter 14. The American Fixer. The Chinese soon found that this tall, heavy-bodied giant of a man not only knew their own language better than they knew it, but that they could trust him with their most important secrets. They also learned that no Chinese had a deeper love for China than his. In China, wherever Roy sat, that was the head of the table. Carl Crow, publisher and the chief of the American Rescue Mission. May 12, 1923. Zhaochuang Mining Compound and Dragon Door Temple. While officials in Peking squabbled over the right way to resolve the hostage standoff, Marshal Zhao Kun, the northern warlord to whom General Tian reported, was making decisions unilaterally. He was beginning to understand that the bandits lacked faith in Tian, who was at least nominally under his command. To mediate a resolution to the crisis, he needed a neutral interlocutor, someone who would be respected by all parties. There was only one man for the job, Roy Anderson. Anderson had arrived at Zhaochuang with Carl Crow, Consul Davis, and other U.S. diplomats on the evening of May 9th, each finding sleeping quarters in a dilapidated train car in the rail yard of the walled mining compound. Throughout the day, they huddled together, smoking and drinking, trying to figure out the objectives of the bandit chiefs and the Chinese military, and to come up with a possible way out of the predicament. Anderson warned Crow that his 6 suitcases of food and provisions wouldn't last the weekend, prompting the ad man to send a telegram to Shanghai seeking additional donations from the American Red Cross and the business community. Anderson's timing was fortuitous. At the bandit camp, Sun Mei-yao needed someone to go down to Caochuang and request that a medical doctor be sent up to attend to Musso and Safier, valuable captives who couldn't be allowed to die. All Sun had to do was read the newspaper reports to know how important and how wealthy these hostages were. Whereas several days ago, he had almost gotten shot for slowing the bandits down as they fled to higher ground, Musso was now regarded by the chieftain as his prize captive, so the newspapers said. Sun also needed someone to request provisions because they were running out of food and the local village fair was not working for the finicky foreigners. At the same time, he thought that this would be an opportunity to get someone to carry their message, once again, that the troops needed to stand down. Sun's impression was that captive Jerome Henley was the least valuable and least useful of the captives. Sun had noticed that Henley was ostracized by the other captives because of his constant gabbing and overweening, which was getting on everyone's nerves. On May 11th, Sun ordered Henley's release on condition that he return to the camp by Sunday night, May 13th. Henley, a traveling salesman originally from San Francisco, was allowed to pass through the military lines on a smallish donkey wearing only his pajamas, his lanky legs dangling almost to the ground. Sun gave Henley explicit instructions to return to the camp as instructed, or the remainder of the captives would be shot. Henley made his way down the mountain, and as with the arrival of the two white boys the day before, the tower guards were surprised to see an oddly dressed foreigner coming toward the gate, waving his hands and flopping on the back of a donkey. As Henley came through the gate, a menagerie of reporters, foreign consuls, Anderson, Crow, and Chinese government officials immediately surrounded him. While Henley rambled about how sore he was from riding the donkey, the onlookers were more interested in receiving information about the captives and their well-being. Henley informed the consuls that 15 foreign men and 1 woman, Teresa Varela, were held by the bandits, as were close to 100 Chinese, many of them prominent or wealthy. All captives were well, said Henley, except for Musso and Safier. Yet food was scarce, and certain items like blankets and army cots were needed immediately. Henderson believed that Henley's obligation to return to the camp was an opportunity to open the door for negotiations. Crow saw an opportunity too. He chirped up and said he would send back with Henley a squad of coolie carriers and a first round of supplies. Anderson made it to the bandit camp on the morning of May 12th, the 6th day of captivity. Given Anderson's imposing stature, it took a crew of 4 coolies to carry him in a sedan chair up through the military lines to the bandit camp at the Dragon Door Temple. Sun had been expecting Anderson. Runners had alerted him of the slow-moving shaded sedan chair coming up the slight grade, carrying in Cleopatrian fashion a large white man wearing a pith helmet. Anderson was escorted to one of the temple's large structures and seated across from Sun and Popo. They began by drinking tea and exchanging pleasantries. But soon, the bandits lapsed into elaborate formal speeches that had no real purpose other than venting their frustration. Anderson knew this was coming and carefully listened, allowing Sun to rationalize his position. He saw that this was just the opening of negotiations, and he was trying to build trust. He didn't want to get too aggressive with the bandits until he knew exactly what they wanted, as well as what the Chinese government was willing to offer. Anderson also wanted to understand the dynamics between the various bandit chiefs and sub-chiefs. He could see that there were not just ex-soldiers among their ranks, but also drug addicts, hardened criminals, and starving peasants. Money wasn't irrelevant to these men, but it didn't seem to be the primary goal of their leaders. The bandits wanted something more. However, their most urgent demand was that Tian's men stand down. "You have my word," Anderson said. "I will take your message to the army to raise the siege and withdraw the troops as a first step." This was essentially the same message that had already been conveyed by the hostage messengers and that was brought down to Caochuang by Father Lenfers. Yet Anderson hoped that he could succeed where they had so far failed. Even if he couldn't get Tian to stand down, Anderson believed that this meeting had been productive, that he had generated a rapport with Sun, and that the door was now open for further negotiations. "I will return in the next day or so," he said. "Until then, I would like to suggest that you release the 2 older gray-haired captives." He meant British tourist William Smith and Major Allen. "They don't have the stamina, and their health is fragile." Anderson knew the request was a long shot, but he told Sun that releasing these men would also show the waiting diplomats down at the mining compound that the bandits were willing to be reasonable. But Sun had no intention of releasing anyone until some of his demands were met. Besides, he had already released a score of foreign captives over the past few days, including the Pinger and Allen boys, to send messages that, so far, seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. Back in Washington, D.C., on May 12th, President Warren Harding summoned Chinese Minister Shi Jiaqi, known in the English-speaking world as Dr. Alfred Z, to the White House to lodge his concerns over the bandit outrage. Since 1921, Dr. Z had been the head of Chinese legation in Washington, and he had a good relationship with the U.S. president. Harding was now well aware of the Lin Chung incident from reports from the State Department. He expressed grave concerns about the kidnapping of innocent civilians and pointed out that press reports of the Lin Chung incident continued to make front-page headlines. It was good news that Rockefeller's sister-in-law had been released, but the American people were now actively following the story in the daily press reports and were greatly alarmed that some of their compatriots were still being held hostage. Minister Z assured the president that his government was doing everything possible to win the release of the hostages. He claimed that definitive results would likely be obtained in the next 12 hours. When President Harding asked him who was behind the affair, Z deflected all blame and claimed that foreign gun runners, most likely the Japanese, had played a role in arming the bandits. The bandits were equipped with automatic firearms that could only have been obtained in violation of the general agreement among the powers that no arms would be permitted to reach lawless bands in China. He then insisted that the Peking government should not be held entirely responsible and that the foreign governments should take greater pains to enforce their pledge against arms shipments. Harding scoffed at Z's response. He was in no mood to debate the responsibility of foreign governments in the affair, especially because the Chinese themselves controlled both Shantung Province and the Tianjin-Pukou Railway. The president reminded Z that, following Harding's own efforts at calling the Washington Conference, the Chinese were now in possession of Tsingtao and the rest of Shantung. It had been 5 months since the takeover, and the Peking government should have already taken control of the province. Not unsurprisingly, the Japanese media had been quick to compare the Lin Chung incident with the Boxer Uprising in 1900, and argued that such lawlessness proved that it was necessary for the stationing of foreign troops in the municipal centers of China. There was no better way to prove to the world that Japan should recover resource-rich Shantung than to trigger a political crisis that would lead to international military intervention. Then Japan would naturally be able to contribute a contingent to the international force on the basis that its interests were affected, and in doing so, retake control, in whole or in part, of Tsingtao and Shantung province. Harding wanted to prevent this from happening, but the Peking government needed to take decisive action to solve the hostage crisis without delay. Anderson departed Caochuang for a second round of negotiations with the bandits on the morning of May 13th. As he rode the sedan chair up to the camps, Anderson was startled to hear sporadic gunshots as he passed the military lines up to the camps. The troops should have backed off by now, he thought. When Anderson arrived at the camp, he immediately realized that the mood of the chiefs had soured since the previous day's visit. Sun was riled, and he was growing angrier. He chided Anderson for the troops' continued presence. Government snipers had apparently shot and killed a number of their sentries, forcing them to retreat to higher ground. Withdrawal of the troops was first and foremost the key to any negotiations, the bandit chief repeated. Anderson was contrite. He tried to calm the bandit leader down by telling him that General Tian himself, to his face, had assured him that the troops had been ordered to withdraw. But Anderson immediately realized that merely mentioning the name of the Shantung military governor was not prudent. Sun was seething. General Tian is a dishonest man who can't be trusted. Anderson knew that government troops had encircled the bandits, but he was not aware that snipers were picking off the bandits' sentries, a provocative move that impeded any attempt at negotiations. Anderson could see that Sun was angry, but he wanted to continue to build a rapport. "I will take this issue directly to Marshal Cao Gun," Anderson said. This at least seemed to have a calming effect on Sun. Then Anderson delicately asked Sun for his terms and conditions. What would it take to have the hostages released? The bandit chief shook his head in feigned disgust, as if he did not want to even begin negotiations until the troops had withdrawn. Sun took a deep breath and let out a heavy sigh. Anderson could sense that the young bandit chief had a talent for high drama, and knew that it was best to let him play the victim. Sun then began to state the conditions for the release of the foreign captives, including the complete withdrawal of the surrounding government troops and the formation of 2 brigades of 8,000 men taken from the bandit ranks. Anderson caught on to Sun's game quickly. He knew quite well that Sun did not have 8,000 men at his disposal, but that he hoped to cobble together his own larger army from the bandit ranks of nearby districts and provinces. The Chinese government would also need to recognize the bandit brigades as separate and independent, and to be garrisoned in 3 districts of southern Shantung. Sun would be appointed as commander of this army. Sun also demanded back pay, and he asked that food, clothing, arms, and ammunition be sent daily to the bandits during negotiations. Most importantly, he wanted any agreement that he hashed out with the Peking government to be guaranteed and signed by the foreign countries whose citizens were among Sun's hostages: Britain, France, Italy, Mexico, and the United States. Anderson thought Sun was mad. There was not a chance in hell, he said to himself, that Peking would allow a group of bandits, revolutionaries, mutineers, insurrectionists, or whatever, to form their own army in a carved-out section of the country. The Republican government was just then struggling to reunify China and demilitarize and disband its excessive number of troops. Empowering a bandit army in a breakaway region did not exactly advance its strategic goals. Anderson wanted to reply to these demands with a firm but measured response, although he knew that Sun could be volatile and was likely to respond indignantly to any lecture that Anderson had in store for him. So he simply nodded to say that he understood and that he would take his demands to the government authorities. It was getting late in the afternoon, and Anderson needed to head back to Caochuang before dark. Before leaving the camp, Anderson walked over to a group of the foreign captives, who could tell that the discussions weren't going well. "You look seriously peeved," Major Allen said to him. "Yeah, there's a hitch in the proceedings, and the chiefs are asking for too much," Anderson said. "Hang in there until I get back." Anderson returned to Caochuang that evening at about 10 o'clock, tired and sore from the journey, and carrying the demands of the bandits. General Tian immediately summoned him to hear the latest demands. Anderson thought that Tian had no business ordering him around. He answered only to Marshal Kun, and viewed Tian as the bandits' foremost antagonist, the man who was possibly responsible for the entire affair. Yet, in the spirit of cooperation, he decided to give the general a short, late-night debriefing on the events of the day. Anderson told Tian he found the bandit leaders to be receptive to a resolution, but negotiations would take time and challenges remained, given the lack of trust between the Chinese government and the bandits. Anderson confirmed that the villagers were in league with the bandits, and although the villagers may have feared the Tufei, they also feared the soldiers who were supposed to protect them. Anderson told the general that his soldiers were only making his work harder. He explained that he was trying to build rapport with the chiefs and planned to return to the camp for further discussions. but his progress depended on the quick withdrawal of the troops. If the troops do not stand down, nothing can be negotiated, Anderson stressed to the warlord. On Monday, May 14th, almost 10 days after the initial train robbery, Minister Sherman gave the keynote address at a general meeting of the American Chamber of Commerce in Shanghai. The turnout had been large and included representatives of the tight-knit American business community, educational institutions, and missionary interests. With the Peking Express on everyone's mind, the crowd was deeply anxious. Most attendees were friends or acquaintances of the American hostages from Shanghai, Friedman, Powell, and Solomon. Sherman commenced by applauding the efforts of the chamber in financially supporting the American rescue mission, as well as the efforts of Paul Whitman and his staff at the Asia Development Company for their work at Lincheng and Zhaozhuang. He proudly noted that it was the U.S. contingent, and specifically Carl Crow, that was providing supplies of food and clothing to the foreign and Chinese captives. But then Sherman was almost immediately peppered with a litany of questions from members of the audience, adamant that the United States should do more to protect the lives and property of American citizens in China. How soon will the hostages be released? Should we be sending in the U.S. armed forces? What will the United States do to prevent further outrages like this from happening in the future? Question after question came from the audience. Sherman tried to persuade his fellow Americans that the disorder in China needed to be fixed by the Chinese people, and that foreign military intervention would not be effective, but the emotional crowd remained unconvinced. He did not have all the answers, he explained, but was optimistic that a resolution was forthcoming, and that the hostages would soon be home. He assured them he had mobilized the best resources of the U.S. government in China, Consul Davis, Major Falloon, and Major Horsfall, and that the legation and consulate staff as a whole was focused on doing everything possible to hasten the release of the hostages, as well as to ensure the protection of the persons and property of U.S. citizens. As painful as it is, Sherman said, the community needs to be patient. Little did he know that the hostage situation was about to escalate. At the very moment that Sherman stood before the American community in Shanghai, the hostages and bandits were on the march once again, this time to Baozuku Mountain. Chapter 15. The Mountain Stronghold. We moved again, still going east, crossed over another pass in the hills, and there, saw not far off the huge mass of Baozuku. It is far away from any human habitations, in a cul-de-sac of the hills, with steep natural rock walls on 3 sides, and a man-built wall on the 4th side. Major Robert A. Allen, American tourist and hostage. May 13th, 1923. Sunset, Dragon Door Temple. After a full week in captivity, the hostages had reconciled themselves to life at the Dragon Door Temple in neighboring villages. Food and clothing were being sent up to the camp, and they could bathe in the clean, clear water of the nearby stream. The captives were also allowed to freely move from camp to camp, and they were all reassured by the presence of the American fixer, Roy Anderson. Freedom, they assumed, was just a matter of time. But they also started to hear more than the usual shooting and firefights coming up from the south. They knew that the government troops had not withdrawn as promised. Every day the troops were getting closer. The bandits grew more agitated as the army snipers cut down their comrades. Dead and seriously wounded young bandits were dragged up to the temple compound for all to view. On almost a nightly basis, Chinese government troops clashed with groups of bandits who were headed to the Dragon Door Temple to consolidate their forces with those of Sun Mei-yao. The government feared that brigands in nearby provinces viewed the Lincheng incident as an opportunity to address their own grievances, and General Tian was not going to allow the bandit ranks to swell any further. In a series of fierce firefights, Tian's men pushed the would-be recruits back and managed to contain Sun's army. By nightfall on May 13th, Sun believed that his position was vulnerable. His meeting with Anderson had convinced him of that, knowing that it was uncertain whether the American fixer would be able to convince the Chinese army to stand down. He decided to take the hostages and flee to the superior safety and security of Baozuku Mountain, the principal bandit stronghold in southern Shantung. They would march 10 miles under the cover of darkness and take shelter in the Temple of the Clouds at the foothills of Baozuku. The strategy was to use the captives as cover and to fight or bribe their way through military lines. At the same time, they would also initiate a number of attacks as diversionary tactics to allow them to clear a path as they made their way to Baozuku Mountain. Sun sent small contingents of bandits to attack 2 coal trains on the spur line near Zhaochuang, drawing troops away from the military lines. To make matters worse for the government, the 500 soldiers who had been guarding the coal trains put up no resistance. They had not received their salaries for more than a year and refused to fight the bandits. Meanwhile, Sun's allies attacked the railroad station at Shakou, 10 miles south of Lincheng, seizing the local station master and demanding ransom. The raid was eventually repelled by the government troops after a fierce firefight, although it was a success given Sun's aims. It distracted the attention of the troops away from the main bandit army. When word of the attack on the coal trains and on Shakou Station reached Zhaochuang, the Foreign Diplomatic Corps and relief workers began to fear that they were in imminent danger of an attack on the fortified mining compound. Sun's army had attracted nearby bandits, and their combined force now numbered over 2,000, with the ranks still growing. The Peking government feared, not without justification, that China was witnessing a full-scale revolution led by disgruntled ex-soldiers. At 2 o'clock in the morning of May 14th, the captives heard the dreaded words, "Zhou, Zhou," rousing them from their sleep. They packed the latest provisions on horses and donkeys and set out toward the east. The night was dark, but the moon and stars provided enough light to show the path forward. They marched 7 miles up the valley. At daybreak, the hostages and their guards arrived at a small, gritty village set at the foot of a rocky hill. The village looked like it had been heavily bombarded. It was completely deserted, and most of the buildings had been burned to the ground by passing troops months earlier, part of General Tian's scorched earth strategy to rout the bandits at whatever cost. At least half of the remaining structures were roofless. "This village is all but dead. No cattle, sheep, or goats. Not even a chicken," Major Allen thought. As the bandits and hostages fled, 2 Chinese captives managed to escape to Zhaochuang, where they were greeted by a throng of foreign consuls, correspondents, and military officials. One of the men had been a train guard. He explained to the inquisitive crowd that the bandits and hostages were on the march again, and this time to a place the bandits called Baozuku. Tian, seeking to control the information flow, hustled the 2 former captives away from the prying foreign consular representatives who sought information on the movements of their nationals. Cutting them off, he warned the 2 escapees in Chinese not to speak to the foreign reporters or diplomats. "General, what is going on? Where are the hostages?" called out Consul Davis. "As I warned you, the bandits have escaped with the hostages to their mountain stronghold," Tian said, seeming almost to revel in this latest bit of bad news. Anderson and the foreign diplomats turned away with a great sense of unease as Tian stormed off. They didn't want to waste their time arguing with the warlord. He was convinced that he should have been given free rein to use force against the bandits. "If he had his way," said Anderson, "we would have nothing but dead hostages." They all agreed that the only reason the bandits absconded further into the countryside was because they were tired of fending off the government troops that Tian refused to withdraw. He and his generals were squarely to blame. After an all-night hike, the captives sat down for a breakfast of tinned sardines, crackers, boiled eggs, and tea. They were about 2/3 of the way to Baozuku Mountain. They then rested for several hours before starting off again. While savoring their grub from the Peking Express, they realized that the outlaws had no food. Although they scrounged around for local fare, there was nothing in the destroyed villages for bandits to eat. The captives grinned at one another, taking clever delight in enjoying their meal as the hungry bandits looked on. Some of the bandits helped themselves to the canned sardines and milk, whereas others waited politely to be offered food by the hostages. Eventually, the hostages gave them about half of their bread and crackers. A group of bandit scouts interrupted the meal with news that Tian's troops had been spotted nearby. The bandit guards consulted with one another, trying to plot a path forward that avoided combat with the army. Eventually, after the scouts thought that the coast was clear, the captives and bandits continued on across the broad valley heading northeast. They forded a shallow gravel-bottomed river, the Tunli, then at sunset arrived at yet another partially destroyed village, which the bandits called Peichuang. The hostages were sheltered here in old temple structures or stables. At night, the field mice had the run of the place, scampering over the prisoners as they lay down. Despite the miserable accommodations, the hostages were so exhausted after their 24-hour hike that they all quickly fell asleep. At dawn, Major Allen lay awake, watching a mud swallow build its cup-shaped nest tucked into the rafters of the partially open roof. He had been awakened by the gentle flutter and flapping of the very active bird, which was a skillful carpenter. It would fly in with a mouthful of mud, which it would carefully lay on the growing wall of its habitation, chirping softly to itself as it positioned the moist clay into place. Then away it would fly to get another mouthful. Springtime was breeding time for the swallows, and they were very busy racing in and out of the structures, carrying mud and grass for nesting materials. The swallow kept up its efforts, unconcerned about the humans sleeping on the floor below. For Allen, watching this act of nature brought a brief respite of peace before the next day's march. After breakfast, several of the captives went down to the river and washed their clothes in the clear, cold mountain water. In the afternoon, they started out once again to the northeast. They crossed over a gap in the hills and could see in the distance a huge cone-shaped rock mass with a skirt of lush green forest around its lower half. When this very distinctive mountain came into full view, the young bandits pointed and began to shout in unison, "Baozuku! Baozuku!" The bandits had made it home. The distant mountain was indeed stunning. Located 12 miles northeast of Zhaochuang, Baozuku was accessible by only one narrow pass. The outlaws had long used this Shanchai, mountain stronghold, as a rendezvous and sanctuary far away from official interference and control. They stored at its summit a large quantity of provisions, water, and weapons. They were not headed to the very top of Baozuku, at least not yet, but to the Taoist retreat of Sanqing Temple, the Three Gods Temple, which the hostages would call the Temple of the Clouds. It was situated in a well-fortified walled compound that was tucked into a canyon on the west side of the mountain. From here, Sun Mei-yao knew that he could safely and securely imprison the hostages while negotiations proceeded. Baozuku had a long history as a haven for outlaws. In the mid-1800s, it was the final refuge for the remainder of the Nian rebels, who had carried out a peasant uprising directed against the Manchu Qing dynasty. Then, months before the Lincheng incident, the suppression campaign by government troops placed a siege around Baozuku to lock down and snuff out the bandit gang. Baozuku was a beautiful, quiet place, carpeted with a densely wooded deciduous forest, teeming with wildlife and thick flora. The karst pinnacle of Baozuku towered above the surrounding foothills. The mountain was composed of sharp limestone surfaces at its upper echelon and shale and sandstone at its lower slopes. The topography of the region was dotted with caves, vertical shafts, and cascades of rock formations. Inside the many caves were intricate wall carvings of deities made centuries before. As they approached the mountain, the captives couldn't help but contrast the lush surroundings to the devastation of the many villages they had passed. The temple had plenty of shade and a view down to the valley below. It was surrounded by hills, with steep natural rock walls on 3 sides and a man-made wall on the 4th side with a circular gate. As the bandit army and the hostages arrived at the Temple of the Clouds, they passed under the Moon Gate. This circular passageway was thought to bring luck. It represented the continuous cycle of birth and death, as symbolized by the rising and falling of the moon. In the temple's inner courtyard was the ginkgo biloba tree that was said to be more than 900 years old, and that was cultivated as an important source of traditional herbal medicines and food. The tree had lush branches and was adorned with red flags and streamers at the lower branches. At the top of the tree, large iridescent black and white Chinese magpies, an auspicious bird that symbolized happiness and good fortune, chattered in their large nests. The 4 temple buildings were all made from cut stone and topped with exquisite faded gray-blue tile. The roof edges were adorned by Chinese zodiac and mythological figures and by symbols for good health, wealth, and longevity. Each of the temple structures had high ceilings with rafters held up by large, roughly cut logs. Inside, the floors were made of rough, compressed earth, and the back wall held an altar with a shrine featuring 4 to 6 feet high painted terracotta statues of Taoist deities. The Temple of the Clouds was an active place of worship, used by the bandits and villagers alike, and the presence of the newcomers did not impede temple activities. The captives watched as the bandits themselves displayed a sense of reverence as they bowed before the temple shrines. With nighttime coming, the foreign captives split up into groups and took shelter in the temples. With no beds in sight, the captives found discarded doors, propped them up on bricks, and laid directly upon them, having no straw to soften their bedding. Sleeping was difficult on the unforgiving wood doors, and the captives were not prepared for the drop in temperatures inside the damp canyon walls, or for the bugs that overran the complex. Major Pinger tied his trouser legs at the bottoms to keep his feet warm and wrapped his blanket around him. Sleep was also tenuous because the bandit guards, away from the combat zone, were in a jubilant mood, smoking opium and drinking samshu, playing mahjong and laughing and quarreling late into the night. Their voices echoed off the canyon walls and kept the weary captives from sleeping. Someone in authority finally arrived at an early hour in the morning and gave the intoxicated guards a tongue lashing. After that, peace generally reigned, and the captives were able to get some sleep, at least until the change of guard at the Moon Gate, which was supposed to happen every 2 hours. The guard on duty was not allowed to leave his post and had to yell for his relief, who could be asleep as far as 2 courtyards away in the temple compound. Both bandits would often scream back and forth at each other about the time, for neither had a watch and neither wanted to man the post. Each change of guard involved at least 10 minutes of loud shouting about who was on duty. The American rescue mission's Peking Express initially comprised 17 men and 2 guides. The caches of supplies would leave Zhaochuang daily at 5 o'clock in the morning. 30 to 40 coolie loads were sent out to the bandit camps each day. After the bandits and captives moved from the Dragon Door Temple to the Temple of the Clouds, the coolies would then need to walk a round trip of 24 miles a day. Yet the additional distance did not cause any decrease in the loads they carried or disturb the regularity of the daily trips. Each day, the Peking Express made its shipments, with each worker carrying the standard weight of 1 pickle, equivalent to 133 pounds, which was traditionally thought to be the weight that could be carried on a man's shoulder. As time went on, the requests from the captives changed from the basic necessities of food and clothing to camp cots and cooking utensils, reading materials, cameras, and other items to reduce boredom. Carl Crow, who led the effort, was concerned that a stalemate could result if negotiations broke down, which might result in the porters being unable to reach the camps, thereby cutting off the captives' supply of food and fresh water. So he tried to send up a surplus of food, and especially bottled water. Crow provided each of the captives with a traveling kit and emergency rations to be used in the event of a forced march, or an escape attempt. Each of the captives also received a personal medicine kit containing drugs for dysentery, iodine for wounds, bandages, and other first aid supplies. The remoteness of Zhaochuang made it difficult to secure ample supplies, especially foreign canned foods and other items. Crow bought out the 2 local shops' supply of foreign goods in short order. He sent out a constant flow of telegrams requisitioning supplies from the nearest possible point. The food supplies included oatmeal, sugar, salt, potatoes, onions, bread and biscuits, canned fruit, raisins, cheese, jam, butter, lime juice, grape juice, distilled water, brandy, coffee, tea, rice, candy, and canned corned beef, sardines, salmon, and other meats. Given the climate and time of year, Crow had trouble obtaining fresh vegetables beyond onions and potatoes. He also found it difficult to deliver a sufficient amount of bottled water to meet the captives' needs. In addition to food and water, Crow's team sent up other items of necessity, including toothbrushes, eating and cooking utensils, razors, underwear, toothpaste, bars of laundry soap, gallons of J's and Lysol disinfectant fluid, bedding materials, mosquito nets, kerosene, sterno, toilet paper, candles, towels, and a complete ladies' outfit for Teresa Varela, the sole remaining female hostage, who had been wearing the same men's clothing since the day of the train robbery. They also sent up cigars, pipe tobacco, cigarettes, and writing supplies. For the bandits, the American Rescue Mission provided more than 100,000 cheap cigarettes and 1,000 pounds of rice to be distributed among them to keep the bandits from appropriating the food sent to the prisoners. Family members also started to send their detained relatives articles of clothing. The recovering Musso had not been able to find any clothing to fit him and continued to wear a long nightshirt until the Peking Express sent him clothing given by his family. In the meantime, his fellow captives jokingly called him the Roman senator because he hobbled around the camp in what appeared to be a toga. The wives of Pinger and Allen started sending clothing, books, letters, newspapers, and other items to their husbands. The extended family of the Shanghai cousins and Friedman's brother in Shanghai did the same. Crow quickly realized that feeding the 16 foreign captives and scores of Chinese captives took serious funding, not just what could be drummed up from the foreign business community in Shanghai, Tianjin, and Peking. One day, Crow casually mentioned to Roy Anderson that he was just about out of money and would have to return to Shanghai for more. "Don't bother to do that," the American fixer said. "I'll go over to the other train and dig some cash out of the civil governor of Shantung." Anderson returned a few minutes later and handed Crow a stack of bills too large to be rolled or folded. The pile contained bills of large denominations. Wide-eyed with amazement, Crow asked Roy how much was there. "I don't know," Anderson said. "I just told the governor you needed a hell of a lot of money." Crow counted out $7,000, more than enough to keep the rescue mission in business for the time being. At the request of family and the Italian consulate, Musso's personal physician, Dr. Paul Mertens, arrived at Zhaochuang the morning of May 17th. Father Lenfers volunteered to escort Dr. Mertens to the Temple of the Clouds. As they approached the camp on horseback, just south of the temple grounds, Lenfers and Mertens heard a single shot and saw bandit guards stationed along the mountain ridges, closely watching them as they made their way toward the temple. They continued cautiously until they were halted at the outer camp of the outlaws. The bandit chiefs had strong words for Lenfers, feeling cheated and deceived because the troops had still not withdrawn as promised. The army troops were now only 4 miles away and continued to engage in firefights. After much persuasion, however, the bandit chiefs allowed Lenfers and Mertens to walk up to the temple grounds to visit Musso. Mertens had arrived none too soon, for he brought to the camps much-needed surgical instruments and medicine. Prior to his arrival, Major Allen had provided medical treatment to several of the hostages, including the interpreter, Hung, who was unable to sleep on account of the pain in his foot, which was badly swollen because of an abscess. Lacking surgical equipment, the only thing that Allen could do was take an old safety razor blade and affix it to a piece of wood, creating a makeshift scalpel. A young Chinese prisoner who worked for a Shanghai doctor assisted him. Allen boiled up a razor blade and a pair of hemostats and drained the abscess. Mertens directed his attention to Musso, who was the worst of the lot, having an injured back and frail heart. He tended to other captives who needed medical attention, including Safier, who, like Hung, had a severely infected foot. With the hostages' basic needs covered, life at the Temple of the Clouds began to normalize, and the captives settled in for the long haul. Pinger and Allen received from Major Falloon 4 of the latest editions of the Army and Navy Journal, a luxury read for bored U.S. military officers interested in catching up with the latest Army gossip. The rescue mission also sent in some much-needed carbolic soap for removing the lice that had infested their clothing. Morale improved as supplies increased. Solomon and Major Pinger received cameras from their wives, something that they thought would come in handy. Initially, they kept the instruments hidden from the bandits to avoid the risk of confiscation. In time, the bandits became more comfortable with posing and invited Solomon and Pinger to take their photos. Meanwhile, Allen, Friedman, Solomon, and Pinger played bridge together in the temple courtyard to pass the time in the fine spring weather. The jollity and merriment of the Shanghai cousins, nicknamed the Feet Club, Freddie, Eddie, Emile, and Theo, brought levity to the camp with their endless impromptu performances throughout the day. They also exchanged news clippings received in the mail, and the cousins were especially delighted that Bobby and Roland had their story printed in worldwide newspapers, photo and all. They were in a good mood, and their letters to family reflected that they had adjusted well to their surroundings. In addition to supplying provisions, the American Rescue Mission managed a mail service that Carl Crow called the Bandit Post, which operated daily. At daylight, a fast-running coolie would leave Cao Chuang with letters and small packages and return the same day with outgoing mail. The system worked with the regularity and precision of a postal service. The mission's mail carriers were provided with heavy canvas mail bags, which were locked with a padlock. These the bandits allowed through the military lines without interference. One key was kept at the American Rescue Mission, and the other was sent up to Powell to be used by the camps. At first, this service carried only a few letters a day, but as friends from Shanghai and elsewhere began writing to the captives, and as they began replying to all the letters received, the Bandit Post was soon handling from 50 to 100 letters a day each way. The train car used by the American Rescue Mission included a simple post office box. Not only did the relatives and friends of the captives use the Bandit Post, but the foreign and Chinese officials also used it in their communications to the chiefs. Even the bandits used the Bandit Post system to communicate with Cao Chuang. The twice-daily arrival of the mail from the bandit camp was considered the biggest event of the day. All of Cao Chuang gathered around the incoming mailbags to learn how the hostages were coping, or to get an idea of the bandit chief's stance on negotiations. This fed the hungry correspondents with the daily coverage they needed to generate buzz for the news wires. Relief packages from relatives and friends increasingly grew larger. One item that started to take a toll on the service was books and other materials sent by the friends and relatives of the captives. But the Bandit Post continued to deliver everything on time. One afternoon, Crow came across a ramshackle lithographer shop in the little village surrounding the Caochuang mining compound. In order to help raise the captives' morale, he came up with the idea of designing mock postage stamps to affix to their mail. With the old Chinese gentleman running the shop, Crow drew up a crude design for 2 stamps using sketches on paper. He then sent the finished stamps up to the captives with a humorous letter telling them that we had been carrying mail free long enough, and that hereafter all letters would have to be stamped. The whole thing may have only started as a joke, designed to while away a tedious afternoon, but the stamps were a hit with the captives, and they used them on letters coming down from the bandit camp. In time, the stamps would adorn hundreds of outbound letters to family and friends around the world. Interestingly, one Shanghai newspaper was hoodwinked into believing that the bandit chief himself, Sun Mei-yao, had issued the stamps. This triggered the interest of collectors and philatelic dealers, who started sending telegrams and letters to Crow, requesting stamps at any price, even though the stamps had no real value and were not recognized by the Chinese postal authorities. With the Daily Mail service, everyone wrote home about his or her dirty appearance, ragged clothing, growing whiskers, and general outlook. "We are a queer lot with our wonderful assortment of garments and our unshaven faces," said Rowlett, the British prisoner. "We look more like bandits than the bandits themselves." In one letter to the American Club in Shanghai, Leon Friedman poked fun at himself as Schlemiel the Jew bandit, using the Yiddish word for an unlucky person. Powell also tried to laugh at his predicament. "I have associated so long and intimately with these Chinese bandits that I am getting to be like one of them from the standpoint of procrastination, and time doesn't mean much up here on Baozuku." He also used comedy to tell Martha that he missed her. "One thing you may feel certain of is that I have been absolutely true and virtuous to you since I left home. And now I suppose you will say, through necessity, because the only thing of the female gender that has been near our camp is a female donkey. So there you are." Leon Friedman was a committed bachelor who liked to cook for himself. Although he was wealthy enough to have chefs catering to his mealtime needs during his busy work week in Shanghai, he was a connoisseur of fine cuisine and took on the role as the camp cook at the Temple of the Clouds. With Powell's help, Friedman constructed a brick stove that used coal from the Caochuang mines. Their dining room was inside one of the temple structures and composed of temple doors elevated on bricks and rocks. In lieu of chairs, everyone sat on the wooden crates used to transport bottles of distilled water. Until the Peking Express sent up utensils, they used their hands or makeshift chopsticks. Friedman's favorite dishes included French toast, boiled pork leg stew and garlic, and a pudding made from a mixture of oatmeal, local cherries, and raisins supplied by the relief mission. Itinerant cherry peddlers occasionally passed through the bandit camp, trading their harvests for cigarettes from the captives. The main courses usually involved canned meats, bully beef, pork sausage, poultry, and tuna. But Friedman also prepared lighter, vegetable-based dishes, such as potato and onion soup, and recipes with canned fruits and vegetables. One of the most interesting delicacies perfected by Friedman was called a scorpion roll. Scorpions were plentiful in the local mountains, and fried scorpions were a regional delicacy. Friedman watched the locals boil the bodies and remove the stingers and shells. They would then chop up the shrimp-like tail meat with red peppers and garlic, rolling the mixture into gaoliang flour cakes. Finicky at first, the captives eventually found this mountain specialty to be quite tasty, though very spicy. The foreign captives and visiting physicians frequently took the opportunity to help the wounded or injured bandits, not just for humanitarian reasons, but also to win their hearts and minds. Acts of kindness might keep us alive, thought Major Allen, who frequently dressed the wounds of the bandits. One unfortunate young bandit had sustained a gunshot wound during the initial firefights with the pursuing troops, and it shattered the entire length of his left forearm. In time, his dangling wounded arm festered with infection. His comrades fed him opium to dull the pain, although his situation was viewed as hopeless. The foreign captives pitied him and tried to help by cleaning and bandaging his wound. Proper medical care for the severely wounded bandit could be administered only at the infirmaries in Shaochuang or by nearby missionary groups. But this required that he get past the military lines and surrender, a certain death sentence. He shuffled about the temple grounds for several weeks and then disappeared. The captives never learned of his fate, but assumed he succumbed to gangrene. Another young bandit, nicknamed Big Lip, suffered from a serious mouth injury caused by the recoil of an improperly held rifle. His torn lips, broken teeth, and bruised cheeks put him in excruciating pain. With a few sutures, Allen and Mertens stitched his lips, which aided the healing process. As he recovered, Big Lip started working for Friedman as a kitchen assistant, eager to please by retrieving water and running errands. This was an opportunity to be rewarded with food, cigarettes, and other niceties that the foreigners received from the rescue mission. Friedman was also impressed by the young bandit's hard work and life story. Big Lip claimed that he was a farmer who lived near the rail line and was press-ganged into the army. He eventually deserted and walked home to southern Shantung, where he joined Sun Mei-yao's group to defend his local village. Musso and Friedman were the center of most of the intense discussions and debates on politics, these lasting late into the night, a place where well-read men could converse on a host of geopolitical topics. Powell, Allen, Pinger, Rowlett, and Solomon would join in. Professor Hung and Chi Chung would listen intently to the debates and chirp up frequently to give the educated Chinese viewpoint. And the elderly Smith would sit quietly on the periphery, consumed in his own thoughts, yet eager to listen in to the learned discussions. This was not just a group of adolescents at a Boy Scout campout, but powerful and influential journalists, businessmen, and military officers who helped shape the views of the West regarding China and its place in the world. Musso loved to talk about global politics. He had a long history in Asia and a strong command of the political whims and institutions of China. Musso lamented the persistent lack of leadership. 6 months earlier, he had met with Mussolini, the fascist dictator of Italy, and thought China could benefit from a similar kind of strongman. "The people of Italy had much faith in fascist rule," said Musso, "and I believe that Mussolini is level-headed, patriotic, and sincere, and someone like him would be good for the Chinese people." Because of Mussolini, he told his campfire audience, Italy was no longer at risk of the Bolshevik epidemic causing upheavals throughout Europe and Russia. "Would that be someone like Marshal Cao Kun or Sun Yat-sen?" Friedman asked. "With so many warlords and duchuns, it's hard to see who that leader may be." Musso grew thoughtful. At present, there was much chaos, but out of that chaos, order will eventually evolve, he said. Musso was convinced that China would awake to a great future. "I am persuaded that such a man, if not already in evidence, will be forthcoming." But China's success, he believed, hinged not only on a charismatic leader, but also on developing strong commercial ties with trading partners in Asia and around the world. Musso, of course, would have much to gain if China thrived economically, given his financial interests in real estate, Shanghai's modern tramway system with its more than 300 tramcars servicing 14 routes, and various newspapers such as the South China Morning Post, as well as the still flourishing underground opium trade. In trade and commerce lies her surest hope of redemption, because when trade is good, the people are prosperous and satisfied, and people who are satisfied have no time to waste on, nor ears to hear, frothy demagogues spouting their self-interested vaporing. Meanwhile, the Vareyas, still technically on their honeymoon, avoided the political debates and preferred to stroll through the surrounding forest together after dinner, finding some peace and romance in the land of banditry. Early in the evening of May 17th, Professor Hung told the group that he had just heard the discouraging news that the bandit chiefs had called off all negotiations because General Tian's troops had been spotted less than a mile south of the temple complex. The foreign captives viewed Hung as a very shrewd and tactful go-between who was able to secure invaluable information concerning the thinking and strategy of the bandit chiefs. Solomon and Friedman called a meeting to compile a list of things they thought would be needed for a long siege, namely more army cots and bedding. They also talked about how the bandit chiefs were moving supplies to the top of Baozuku. "I wonder if they plan to force us up to the summit," Major Allen asked his companions. "That is not a pleasant thought." The Temple of the Clouds was remote enough to begin with, yet a climb to the top of the mountain meant further isolation. Then, as the captives were huddled around a campfire, Powell arrived at the temple courtyard with Lenfers. The two men were winded. "You won't believe what I saw," said Powell, catching his breath. "It will really make your flesh creep." Chapter 16. The Children. If the spectacle of a group of little children, in a semi-starved and diseased condition, at the top of a bandit stronghold, dying one by one, does not arouse human compassion, then nothing will. Carl Crow, publisher and the chief of the American Rescue Mission. May 17th, 1923. Early afternoon. Temple of the Clouds. As it turned out, the passengers from the Peking Express were not the only hostages on Baozuku. Earlier in the day, when Father Lenfers saw John Powell unpacking crates of food sent up by the Coolie Express, the old priest motioned him aside for a private conversation. "One of the local gentry told me that a group of the bandits has been kidnapping children from wealthy families, and that the gang was holding the children for ransom right above us at the top of Baozuku Mountain." Clearly alarmed, Powell listened closely as Lenfers continued. "During the siege of Baozuku several months ago, the bandits apparently pushed dozens of the children to their deaths over the sides of the mountain, and all because they lacked sufficient food and water." "Terrible," Powell said. "How many children remain at the top?" "It is uncertain the number that survived, but some have been held for years." "We need to find out," Powell said. He then asked the Frenchman if he and the priest could have an escort, claiming they wished to hike around the west side of the mountain. The bandits were never worried that any of the foreign captives would escape, because it was difficult to get through the military lines down the valley without a pass. But it required considerable diplomacy, in addition to several packages of cigarettes, before the bandits granted permission for the men to leave the immediate area of the temple grounds. The plan was to hike around the forest area, but Powell and Lenfers would then need to somehow ditch the guards to reach the summit, where the children were supposedly being held hostage. Lenfers, being more familiar with the habits of the bandits, told Powell to fill an army canteen with brandy. They climbed briskly for about an hour until they reached the base of the cliff, which rose almost perpendicularly to the summit, perhaps 1,000 feet straight up above the surrounding land. Sweating and out of breath, Powell, Lenfers, and the two guards sat down on a rock in the sun. With a wink at the priest, Powell handed the guards the canteen containing a full quart of home-brewed brandy. The two guards gulped down the concoction like milk, and after a few minutes were stretched out asleep on the rock. Lenfers and Powell then left the dozing guards behind and continued along a narrow path to the base of the cliff, where they came upon a crude ladder made of handholds chiseled into the limestone rock. There were small landings every 50 feet. When they looked down, they could still see the sleeping guards on the rock below. Powell led the way, with Lenfers following a few steps behind, his robe tucked up under his belt to give him freedom of movement. At one of the landings, the old priest could not go any farther on account of what he said was a weak heart. Knowing that time was limited, Powell hurried to the top of the summit and continued alone up the difficult and dangerous climb. The final stage of the climb to the summit of Baozuku was particularly perilous, for it required going up the face of a nearly vertical granite cliff, in which the bandits had chiseled crude handholds or driven pegs into crevices. Baozuku means the calf-carrying hill. It earned this name because the sheer path up was so steep that grown oxen could not make the climb. So farmers, wishing to cultivate the plateau, had to carry up baby calves on their backs, which they would then graze on the mountaintop until they reached maturity and could be used as beasts of burden. It was a one-way trip to the top for a calf that would spend its entire life tilling the soil. When he finally reached the summit, Powell saw a huge unguarded wooden gate. The plateau was fairly level, and the bandits had built stone and earth defenses about the rim. The view of the surrounding countryside was extraordinary. Even the Tunli River, 3 miles away, was visible. He noticed that practically all the surrounding mountains were terraced and farmed nearly to the tops, but few farmers were in the fields because of the presence of the bandits and the Chinese army. On the top of Baozuku, Powell noticed several stone huts covered with thatch and several large cisterns cut in the stone to catch rainwater. Other tanks were filled and stored with grain and fuel. It seemed that the bandits had stocked the summit with food, water, firewood, and cooking utensils. If negotiations collapsed and the bandits were besieged, this is where they would make their last stand, dragging the hostages to the top of Baozuku. The bandits could hold out here almost indefinitely, he thought. When Powell heard noises coming from one of the large structures, he approached and pulled aside its straw matting curtain. It was even worse than Lenfers had feared. The room was filled with children, little boys and one girl ranging in ages from 8 to 12 years. The stench was suffocating. Powell counted about 23 children. Most of them were dressed in rags. A few wore the remnants of silk or satin robes, mute testimonials to the wealth of their families. He could tell that they were all suffering from diseases and on the brink of starvation. At first, some of the children were frightened by the appearance of a tall white man and hid in the corner of the hut. But others warmed up to the stranger, whom they could see was very different from the bandit guards. Several of the boys approached Powell, touching his clothing and arms while speaking softly in Chinese, which he did not fully understand. Thinking that a foreigner had come to rescue them, their faces lit up with joy. Little do they know that I, too, am a captive in a camp farther down the mountain. Powell would later learn that more than a year before the express train was held up, a subgroup of the bandits led by populist had been capturing and confining Chinese children from around the country, holding them for ransom from their parents. Kidnapping the children of wealthy merchants had been a chief enterprise of this gang for several years. During the siege of Baozuku in February, the bandits had ordered the murder of several of the children. Running low on water and food, and besieged by government soldiers, Liu reasoned that he had no choice but to order some of the children to be hurled off the mountaintop, which the bandits considered a more humane fate than letting them starve to death. In the 2 months just before the Lincheng incident, 47 children had been thrown over the side of the cliff. The chattering children attracted the attention of one of the bandit guards on the summit, who was startled to see a foreigner and instinctively swung his rifle in the direction of the intruder. Powell was unarmed, so all he could do was smile and greet him with a friendly gesture. He understood the gesture, for I was holding out toward him a package of cigarettes. After appeasing the guard, Powell quickly descended the summit to meet Lenfers. Together, they headed back down to the Temple of the Clouds, where they met with the other captives to inform them of what they had found. Part 4. All or None. Chapter 17. The Deadline. In the absence of strong specific instructions from the Peking government, and with the knowledge that Du Chun-tian has no real control over this portion of his territory, it is open to any Chinese official to butt in and try his hand at arranging a settlement. Hence, the number of Chinese officials now assembled here. Berthold G. Tours, Esquire, Consul General, British Consulate, Zinan. May 18, 1923. The White House, Washington, D.C. The Lin Chung incident became the subject of President Warren Harding's cabinet meetings and daily briefings, as well as his weekly poker games. As they played cards in a cloud of cigar smoke, Harding's advisers hashed out the political issues in China, the future of U.S.-China relations, and whether Minister Sherman's strategy was working. U.S. commercial interests and investments were at stake, and a huge core of missionaries, medical doctors, and charity workers and their families, living in the hinterland, were at personal risk. Harding was intrigued by the description of Bao Tzu-ku, seeking to get an idea of what the American hostages were up against. Secretary of State Charles Hughes showed him photographs of southern Shantung province, giving him a feel for the terrain and countryside. In addition to his concern for the American nationals in China, Harding was deeply worried about the tensions between China and Japan, and Tokyo's incessant grumbling over the instability of its neighbor. It was becoming increasingly clear to Harding that China couldn't govern itself under the current chaotic warlord system. Yet, as Hughes told the president, Mr. Sherman's policy is to keep hammering at the Chinese government for the immediate and safe release of our nationals, and to hold up to them their exclusive responsibility. The calls for foreign military intervention increased daily. The pressure came from the family, friends, and business associates of the hostages, as well as from government officials and even the Vatican. The United States needed to stay the course and not allow emotions to drive its policy, and to avoid falling into a trap of using its military to intervene. The risk of doing so would effectively weaken the Peking government, which was exactly what the bandits wanted, and possibly fuel further bloodletting in a country already beset by violence. This is China's problem, Hughes would regularly emphasize to President Harding, and the Chinese people need to resolve it. The same smoke-filled scene wasn't happening just in Washington, but also in other capitals of the world, especially in London, Paris, and Rome, where the heads of state were deeply concerned about the well-being of their own citizens held captive at Bao Tzu-ku Mountain. The Lin Chung incident had indeed rocked the world. On the morning of May 18th, General Tian called a meeting of the foreign consular representatives to discuss the status of negotiations. Tian first announced that, pursuant to the Chinese government's decision to meet the demands of the brigands, his troops besieging Bao Tzu-ku had withdrawn 20 li, 6.2 miles, from the mountain fortress. The foreign consular representatives knew that this was a bold-faced lie. Then Tian began to fret over the next phase of negotiations, and told the consular representatives that he had decided to take matters into his own hands, effectively pushing aside Roy Anderson, at least for the time being. This, of course, was contrary to the instructions of Marshal Cao Kun. Apparently, Tian had summoned local landowners who, he claimed, were on good terms with the bandit chiefs and would act as mediators. He instructed them to go up to the bandit camp at the Temple of the Clouds for discussions. Realizing that the bandits needed a guarantee of safety, Tian had encouraged the local gentry to act as personal guarantors. Several landowners in Shantung province promised that they would offer the bandits their own homes, farms, and other property as collateral, ensuring the good faith of the Chinese government in upholding any agreement made with the bandits. Although he was highly skeptical, Anderson kept quiet, knowing that it was unlikely that Sun would play ball. The bandits were smart enough to realize that their personal safety couldn't be protected by the gentry's property, Anderson thought. Pleased with himself, Tian ended the meeting by advising the foreign consular representatives that he would keep them informed of the gentry's progress. 3 local landowners left that morning in their sedan chairs to meet the bandit chiefs at Baozuku Mountain. Yet as soon as they came within sight of the bandits, guards fired several volleys, causing them to dive out of their sedan chairs and seek cover. Terrified, they pleaded with the sentries to allow them to pass safely to meet with the chiefs for discussions. They were then searched and brought up to camp to meet with Sun Mei-yao and populist. Upon arrival, the local nobles received a harsh dressing down by the bandit chiefs, who scolded them for aligning themselves with General Tian. Raging with emotion, Sun and Liu threatened to shoot them for their betrayal of loyalty. The gentry pleaded with the bandit chiefs that they were only trying to bring peace to the district and were not taking sides. As expected, the bandits rejected the local gentry's offer and were not interested in their property as a form of guarantee. Before sending them back down the mountain empty-handed, the bandits seized the sedan chairs and forced the gentry to walk the 12 miles back to Zhaochuang. When they arrived back at the mining compound, General Tian was livid after hearing how the bandits responded. "I hate to say I told you so," Anderson thought. The next day, 2 senior government officials arrived in Zhaochuang to support the negotiations. Wu Yulin, the Minister of Communications, whose agency was responsible for the supervision of the railroads, and General Yang Yi-de, the chief of Tianjin Police. Wu suggested an offer that each bandit with a rifle be received into the army, but that, in view of the importance of foreign relations, the hostages needed to be released first. Wu and Yang further offered themselves in exchange for the release of the foreigners as a performance guarantee. Anderson saw this as nothing more than a political stunt that would be unacceptable to the bandits. Even General Tian questioned the plan, but only because he believed Wu and Yang were out to usurp his authority as the military governor of Shantung. Tian worried that they would eventually receive the credit for the release of the captives. Tian nevertheless sent a messenger to the bandit camp with his new offer, but it was rejected as quickly as the one before. The bandits simply did not trust any element of the Chinese government and rejected the precondition that the captives first be released. Sun knew how often bandits and ex-soldiers had been tricked by warlords into surrendering, only to be slaughtered. Tian was furious about the lack of progress, and he blamed the impasse on the foreign governments, who were resistant to use force against the bandits because it put the hostages at risk. Meanwhile, the foreign consular representatives were hopeful that Tian would soon finally realize that the troops needed to stand down, or no progress would be made. Otherwise, the diplomats could see that this affair might go on indefinitely. The lack of a single unified strategy among the Chinese officials was as counterproductive as it was maddening. Although Hughes was urging diplomacy, the Western diplomats in Peking were asking for battleships. Words had failed them, and they wanted to send a forceful message to the Chinese government that their patience was running thin. They began to make plans for the naval ships in the area to conduct joint exercises. Sending in the floating artillery would hopefully boost the morale of the prisoners and indicate to China that the lives of these foreign nationals must be protected, or else. A provocative place was chosen to conduct this show of force. Off the coast from the Dagu forts, an imperial military fortress largely destroyed by the forces of the Eight-Nation Alliance during the Boxer Rebellion, just 2 decades before. At the time, the Battle of Dagu Forts had effectively pushed the Manchu government to support the Boxers, as well as to order the Imperial Chinese Army to attack all foreign military forces within Chinese territory. The result was the eventual defeat of the Chinese forces and humiliation for China by way of the imposition of the Boxer Protocol, which provided for the execution of government officials who supported the Boxers and a huge monetary indemnity to be paid over 39 years. The British, French, Italian, and American governments all discussed the proposal with their respective senior naval officers. If agreed, the plan was for the powers to not advise the Chinese government that the ships were coming. In addition, there would be no visits of courtesy to Chinese officials by foreign vessels and no salutes to the Chinese flag. There were plenty of warships nearby, including a U.S. Navy fleet with 3 divisions of destroyers off the Chinese coast. But Minister Sherman eventually decided that showy naval maneuvers were not the right way to put pressure on Peking. After all, foreign pressure was exactly what the bandits wanted. Sherman believed that a naval demonstration would only delay the release of the captives because it would exaggerate in the minds of the bandits, who actively followed the news of the crisis, the value of their hostages, and induce them to demand higher terms for their release. If the foreign governments discredited the Chinese government, they would only weaken its ability to deal with the bandits. Sherman was convincing. The British minister would eventually agree with him and back down on the naval maneuvers. But even as Sherman publicly urged patience, in the back of his mind, he knew that military intervention was on the horizon if a deal couldn't be worked out in short order. It had now been 12 days since the attack on the train. 16 foreign hostages and about 60 Chinese captives remained in the grip of the bandits, all languishing at the Temple of the Clouds as the days passed. Sidelined by General Tian the week before, Roy Anderson watched with dismay as various Chinese officials and local gentry paraded up to the bandit camp in a desperate attempt to cut a deal with Sun Mei-yao. All failed miserably. Anderson could sense the frustration mounting, not only among the bandits and Tian, but also for the diplomats, who had hoped for a speedy release of their citizens. As if on cue, he watched a slew of adventurers and opportunists scramble on stage to offer rescue schemes, ransom offers, and bold but unrealistic plans to save the hostages. This included Major Alan Hilton Johnson, the former head of the Shanghai Municipal Police, and a British veteran of the Great War. Hilton Johnson claimed to have deep contacts with Chinese soldiers and criminals, and he proposed to recruit several Shantung mercenaries to rescue the hostages. Shanghai British Consul Sir Sidney Barton sent a telegram to British Minister Sir Ronald Maclay, stating that in his opinion, Hilton Johnson was eminently qualified to assist, but Maclay believed that it was neither necessary nor desirable for the British government to encourage what might be perceived as foreign intervention, even by private citizens. Maclay was uneasy about sending soldiers of fortune into a combat zone, which might not end well for the hostages caught in the middle. "When I require Major Hilton Johnson's assistance, I will ask for it." Then there was British businessman James Stewart of Tientsin, who proposed to the British government employing the services of his good friend Wang Yongxiang, a former bandit chief from Shantung. Wang's plan was to pay a ransom of $50,000 for each of the British captives, and never mind the other captives. Stewart, who was known in the expat community as an outlier, had been friends with Wang for 20 years and guaranteed that he was all right. Minister Maclay dismissed the scheme outright as opportunistic. "I am inclined to suspect that Wang's offer is motivated by the hope of sharing in profits of kidnapping, and that he has no real knowledge of the situation or the brigands' terms. As well, we can leave James Stewart and his brigand friend to their own devices." Minister Maclay fielded a number of similarly outlandish ideas from British citizens throughout China, often generated or encouraged by his own consulate staff. Herbert Goff, the British consul in Hong Kong, sent a cryptic telegram to Maclay that created much alarm. "Secret. A young English aviator here has been commissioned to organize an air force to attack the bandits. Maclay hit the ceiling. By whom is he commissioned, and against which group of bandits is the air force to be used? You will, of course, take every measure to prevent unauthorized British subjects from taking part in aerial or military operations. Yet the British weren't the only ones with harebrained rescue schemes. Secretary of State Hughes was approached by a U.S. company suggesting that 2 aviators fly biplanes with 20-passenger capacity to Baozu-gu to rescue the captives. But the idea was not well conceived for several reasons, including the absence of landing facilities in the mountainous region of Shantung. And even the proponents of the plan stated that the practicality of rescuing prisoners is limited to landing facilities at the place of detention. Assuming that the aviators could land the aircraft, then what? 2 pilots would never be able to neutralize the bandit army. The State Department rejected the idea. There was also no shortage of wealthy family members ready to individually pay ransoms. The Mexican legation passed on a message to the Chinese government that the relatives of the Reyes are ready to pay any ransom demanded in order to obtain their release. The Peking Diplomatic Corps objected to this suggestion because it was contrary to the position that the Chinese government was solely responsible for the payment of whatever ransom might be necessary, and that they should not accept funds from any private sources to secure the release of select hostages. Where cash or rescue schemes didn't work, the Vatican tried to use its moral authority to win the release of Musso. Cardinal Pietro Gasparri, the Secretary of State for the Holy See and assistant to Pope Pius XI, ordered the Roman Catholic priests in Lincheng, including Lenfers, to appeal with a sense of urgency on behalf of the Holy See to obtain Musso's unconditional release on humanitarian grounds, given his poor health. Lenfers was also ordered to remain by Musso's side at the camp to tend to his spiritual needs. But the entreaties of the Vatican and the fawning attention given to Musso only reinforced the perception among the bandits that the Italian lawyer was an important man. Musso was not going anywhere, sick or healthy, and was likely to be one of the last hostages released. Musso must be a remarkable individual to cause the intervention of the Pope in this affair, observed Maclay. The only scheme that was successful in achieving the release of a foreign hostage was carried out by the French. In the afternoon of May 18th, after several well-dressed Chinese gentlemen mysteriously appeared at the Temple of the Clouds for meetings with the bandit chiefs, Marcel Berube was unexpectedly and quietly released. Berube had been respected by the captives for his friendly spirit and always helpful attitude, but many objected to his preferential treatment in getting liberated. The other hostages looked on with stunned silence and disappointment that they weren't included. Why did Berube get to go free? As it turned out, Berube's freedom had been secured by Huang Qinzhong, the leading Chinese detective of the Sûreté, the French concession police. The police force was effectively an arm of the French government and existed to serve the interests of Paris and China, especially its Shanghai concession. Known as pockmarked Qin, Qin was also the notorious boss of Shanghai's organized crime syndicate, the Green Gang. Qin met with Sun Mei-yao on several occasions to broker the release of Berube. He used his underworld connections to secure safe passage for Berube through the military lines. Berube's freedom was bought, and it remains a mystery who paid for it, or why. Berube had no known connections to the Chinese underworld, yet it made sense that an organized crime figure would have a back channel to the bandits. The French government might have paid Qin to secure Berube's freedom, even if it meant leaving the other hostages to their fates. Qin created the impression that Berube had been released only on parole, and that Berube was heading to Peking to carry a message to President Li Yuanhong, and would thereafter return to the bandit camp at the Temple of the Clouds. Supposedly, Berube's return was guaranteed with the lives of Powell and Musso, who would be shot if Barabé failed to return. Of course, none of this turned out to be true. Barabé never returned. When the foreign diplomats caught wind of Barabé's release, they were outraged. This would only complicate life for the remaining hostages by creating an every man for himself precedent. When cornered by his fellow consular representatives, French consul Crépin claimed ignorance of the gangster's role in Barabé's release, but his counterparts were skeptical and found it hard to believe that Crépin was unaware of what pockmarked Qin was up to, given his high-profile position with the Sûreté. I imagine Qin's services were brought from Shanghai with a promise of reward if he could get the French prisoners out, Tours told his American and Italian diplomat colleagues. And, in true Chinese fashion, any method is good enough for him. Although Qin's story about Barabé returning to the bandit camp after delivering his message turned out to be nonsense, the liberated Frenchman was indeed carrying an important message from Sun Mei-yao. It was an ultimatum that he delivered to the officials and diplomats at Zhaochuang. If the government troops did not withdraw from the vicinity of Baozuku by Tuesday, May 22nd, the bandits would execute 2 foreigners, 1 American and 1 British. The clock was ticking. Despite the fact that such tactics had failed in the past, on the morning of May 20th, General Tian once again sent a delegation to the Temple of the Clouds with an offer to enlist the bandits into the army on the precondition that the hostages be released. The proposal was rejected outright. Sun was so irritated that he treated the envoys as outcasts by not offering them chairs or the customary tea, and threatened to destroy their sedan chairs and force them to walk back to Zhaochuang. Although he allowed the Chinese officials to depart safely, Sun's bandits began firing their weapons in the air, spooking the servants carrying the chairs, who began running down the hillside, causing the envoys to bounce and flop about. "And take the Mexican lady with you," ordered Sun. The bandits and prisoners no longer wanted the responsibility of taking care of the camp's only woman. After much pressure from both her husband and the bandit chiefs, she finally agreed to leave her husband's side. Along with the envoys, Lorea left the bandit camp at 7 o'clock in the evening and arrived at Zhaochuang at 2 o'clock in the morning. Upon her arrival, Lorea met with American Consul Davis, military attaché Falloon, and Anderson. She was distraught about the lack of progress and the tension at the camp, and she informed the diplomats and Anderson that 3 Americans, Allen, Pinger, and Solomon, were being readied to be taken to the top of Baozuku Mountain. "Others will be going to the top as well," she said, with much concern. On the morning of May 21st, General Tian called yet another meeting of the foreign diplomats to express his frustration. The bandits, he explained, had rejected the latest offer, and had done so despite the fact that he had withdrawn his troops, as he emphatically claimed. Tian then argued that standing down was exactly what the bandits wanted, so they could move the captives to their strongholds even deeper in the mountains. In response, the foreign consuls countered Tian's narrative. They knew that his troops were closing in on Sun, and that his snipers were shooting the bandit sentries. Several foreign witnesses who had been to the camps, including Lenfers and Barabé, had confirmed this. "It is quite clear that you never intended to relax your hold on the brigands," said Tours. Frustrated, Tian asked the foreign diplomats what they would do in his place. Tours refused to take the bait. Neither did the other consular representatives. "We are not here in an advisory capacity, but to observe what is being done by the Chinese authorities to cope with the situation and to keep the legations informed," Tours said. The message was clear. "This is not our responsibility, so don't ask us for recommendations." Tian, dramatically throwing up his hands, said that he was in an impossible situation and that unless somebody could come up with a better strategy, he planned to leave Zhaochuang at once and plead his case in Peking. he would ask permission to declare war on the brigands and crush them by force, regardless of the impact on the hostages. Tian added that it was a mistake for the foreign government representatives to be on site at Szaochuang. Having the foreign powers present puffed up the bandits and increased their leverage over the Chinese government. The foreign consuls at Szaochuang could see that Tian was under significant pressure. The old warlord seemed to become increasingly paranoid. He made up irrational and delusional conspiracy theories to deflect responsibility or to lay the blame on competing warlords or the foreign governments. Tian then began reciting his personal woes, how he was having trouble sleeping and was suffering from headaches, stomach aches, and other bodily pains. He is getting to a pitch of strain where nobody would be surprised if he did something foolish in sheer desperation, Torres thought. Not unexpectedly, at the close of the briefing, Tian and his entire retinue and bodyguards walked to his train car and headed to Peking. After his departure, various other Peking and Shantung officials also fled the scene. Anderson saw this as a good thing, but he also needed to get in touch with Marshal Cao Kun to be sure that any request by Tian for authorization to engage in the use of force against the bandits, along with the hostages, be rejected. The diplomatic corps delivered a message to the Chinese Foreign Ministry stating that the deadlock in the negotiations between the Chinese officials and the delegates of the brigands is due to the fact that the troops surrounding the brigands' camps have not, in spite of the repeated assurances of the Chinese government, been withdrawn. In addition to the failure to withdraw, they argued, the competition by various factions of Chinese officials to take credit for the release of the hostages created much delay and confusion. American Minister Sherman feared that the number of officials engaged in negotiations was complicating the situation. Major Falloon described the scene like a bad movie. Officials of every grade from cabinet minister and Duchun to the most menial underling appeared on the screen, all, almost without exception, playing politics with only their own private interests in their thoughts, their only concern as to foreign captives being how best they might be capitalized to their own advantage. The exodus of General Tian and other officials created much tension among the Chinese troops stationed at Szaochuang. Just a few days before, on May 19th, a massive brawl erupted on the grounds of Szaochuang between two Chinese army brigades. It involved more than 100 troops who fought one another with rifle barrels, poles, and knives. Although no gunshots were fired, several soldiers were injured in the melee, including one soldier who was stabbed in the abdomen with a bayonet. With so many angry soldiers but no commanding officers around to enforce discipline, the foreigners in the compound began to fear for their own safety. Disregarding his orders from Peking, on his departure, General Tian directed 3 brigades of his troops to make a wide circle around the bandit encampment, cutting off the outlaws' communications in an effort to isolate the gangs holding the hostages. Tian intended to dig the bandits out of their hiding place with machine guns. As his plan unfolded, skirmishes broke out, resulting in fatalities on both sides. Although some of Tian's troops were shooting the bandits, others were helping them. Many of the general's soldiers hadn't been paid for months and were reportedly selling ammunition to the bandits, as well as saddles, horses, and mules, resupplying the very enemy they were trying to vanquish. Morale among the troops was low, and the line between soldier and bandit seemed to be blurring. Even if he would never admit it, Tian knew that many of his troops were disloyal. That is why, before he left for Peking, he had called in a large contingent of personal bodyguards from Xinan. But in a sign of the lawlessness that reigned among his troops, one of General Tian's bodyguards had his rifle purloined from him in plain daylight. Fearing that negotiations would collapse, the U.S. military attaché in the scene, Major Falloon, decided he might need to act. He wrote out a private note to Major Penger and John Powell, which he carefully folded and hid in a package of raisins that was being sent up with other supplies to the Temple of the Clouds. Falun wanted to see whether the captives would be in favor of an armed rescue mission led by U.S. troops stationed at Tianjin. The plan was to covertly bring to Zhaochuang a 50-man contingent of U.S. soldiers and Marines. The troops would arrive in small groups dressed in civilian clothes to avoid attracting attention. Meanwhile, Falun would smuggle up to camp revolvers and ammunition hidden in parcels carried by the Peking Express. When the designated day came, the hostages would take their weapons and barricade themselves in a cave behind the temple structures as the U.S. troops attacked the bandit compound. The stakes were incredibly high, Powell said when presenting the plan to his fellow captives, but it just might work. The American and British hostages gave their guarded endorsement. Both of the Chinese interpreters, Hung and Chi Cheng, also signed on. Major Pinger was one of the strongest advocates for the plot. "Civilize them with Krags is my motto," he said, referring to the Norwegian-designed Krag Jorgensen rifle, which was the U.S. Army's weapon of choice during the Boxer Rebellion. Yet everyone was worried. They knew that once provoked, the bandits could offer fierce resistance. Powell wrote back to Major Falun a measured report on the reactions of the hostages to the proposal. They all realized what would happen if the plan failed. Chapter 18. The Sap Club. The view is like an artist's map, but it serves to emphasize our squalid surroundings here. While down below, everything seemed blessed with a Sabbath peace and calm. Our immediate surroundings suggested only the wickedness of man to man. Major Roland W. Pinger, American tourist and hostage. May 19th, 1923, midday, Temple of the Clouds, Baozugu Summit. A commotion had broken out in the temple courtyard. The bandits announced that because of the threatening movement of General Tian's troops, who were creeping even farther up the valley, 3 of the most valuable hostages were to be moved up to the top of Baozugu. The businessman, Lee Solomon, and the U.S. Army majors, Allen and Pinger, who were soon to be collectively known as the Sap Club, with the title formed from the first letter of each man's surname. Sun chose to maroon these 3 Americans as an insurance policy. Rescuing them from the top of the mountain would be a practical impossibility, and he calculated that the move would ratchet up the pressure on the Chinese to negotiate a good-faith resolution to the crisis. Sun also believed that he was running out of both time and options. Only 3 days remained until his May 22nd deadline. If Tian's troops did not completely withdraw before then, he would be forced to execute 2 of the hostages, one British and the other American. Yet it seemed like, if anything, Tian's troops were advancing, not retreating. With Rusky as their escort, Pinger, Allen, and Solomon set out for the summit. Coolies carried the supplies, thus freeing the 3 Americans to use all 4 limbs to climb the precipice. It was a steep climb. They stopped frequently to catch their breath, dangling from handholds that had been chiseled in the rock. "This climb is hell," Solomon said to Pinger. "It's like scaling the Woolworth building." On the way up, the 3 Americans could smell the stench of the decaying remains of the children who had been hurled off the northern parapet months earlier. A few small bodies lay among the rocky crags about halfway down. "Powell and the old priest were right," the 3 Americans said to one another. Pinger could feel his eyes well up with the thought that this could have been his own children. He tried to pray, but his anger overwhelmed any sense of charity he had. When they got to the top, they noticed a large wooden door riddled with bullets and supported by a waist-high wall of sandbags. It was a guardhouse of some sort that contained a small ancient cannon similar to the swivel gun, lantaka, commonly used in Southeast Asia. About 50 feet from the guardhouse, they were ushered into a low mud and stone house that had a strong stench of human waste. As they surveyed their surroundings, looking for a cleaner place to sleep, the 3 Americans also assessed their escape options. Besides the extremely steep slope on the northwest corner that they had climbed on the way up, there was no other way to get off the mountaintop. We threw a rock, counted the seconds, heard and saw no impact, and were discouraged, Pinger recalled. The three Americans could see dozens of dugout structures that were not in use, some of them small, and others quite roomy. All of the dugouts showed evidence of having once been occupied at some point. Broken pieces of pottery, remnants of clothing, reed mats, campfire residue, teapots, and water jars. They guessed there must have been more than 300 people on the mountaintop at one time. While looking around, they found a dugout that was fairly clean, though small. This would be their new home. The dugout had no windows, and the door was only 3 to 4 feet high, meaning they had to stoop to enter. After walking through the door, they had to jump down 3 feet to the dugout floor. The roof was made from wood and thatch covered with soil, and the 4 walls were rough cut stone. Inside, wicker matting covered the stone walls for further insulation. The dugout was a traditional dwelling for humans and livestock that was favored in northern China for its natural insulation capabilities. Cool in the hot summers and warm in the cold winters. Though not perfect, it was livable. After the captives shoveled out the rubbish and debris, they proceeded to set up their cots. It was dark by the time they finally moved in. Under candlelight, the captives got busy writing notes and letters describing the day. Rusky set up his bedroll inside and near the entrance of the dugout. For whatever reason, Rusky seemed to trust the Americans more than the other bandits did. He not only slept with them in the dugout, but would also leave his rifle and bandolier there. They did not sleep well the first night. All 3 Americans woke up constantly, scratching their faces. Something was irritating them. In the candlelight, they could see that their faces were caked in a film of dirt, which they thought had fallen from the ceiling. But this was not the cause of the horrible itching. In the morning, they quickly discovered that in the darkness the night before, they had all washed their faces in contaminated water. Given the scarcity of water on the plateau, the old man who acted as the caretaker at the summit had collected used water into a large jar. Going forward, the 3 Americans demanded pure water for consumption and washing. As the days passed, the members of the SAP Club set to work improving their surroundings. They developed a sanitary cooking and washing operation, aided by a clay-lined 5-gallon standard oil can stove that burned the coke they received from the mining company. They employed 2 such stoves and kept them burning all day long, one for cooking and one for cleaning. The old caretaker looked aghast at the fuel consumption by the foreigners, but sanitation was paramount. Major Pinger made a SAP Club sign fashioned from a hammered flat milk can with extruded holes, pierced and punched through by using his handy button hook. He kept busy with various creative tasks. He carved clothespins from discarded pieces of wood, and he made envelopes from old magazine advertisements, using rice pudding as glue to seal the seams. Lee Solomon took the initiative to do all the cooking. Dinner was baked beans, canned corned beef, potatoes, and onions. The 2 army officers did the dishes. After dinner on the first night, Major Allen operated on Solomon's blistering feet using a sterilized razor blade and Chinese brandy for anesthesia. Killing time, the 2 majors together made a rough-pegged cribbage board out of discarded wood planking and sticks. Major Allen taught Pinger how to play crib, giving them a variation from the usual card games. As the sun went down, the 3 Americans started singing by the warmth of their coke stove under the starry night sky. They sang old college songs to the enjoyment of the bandit guards who gathered about the campfire. Even Rusky joined in, singing Russian and Chinese ballads in his falsetto voice. The camaraderie of the 4 was genuine. "You are a decent and intelligent chap," Major Allen said to Rusky. "And very musical." Although the SAP Club tried to make the best of their mountaintop isolation, They could not look away from the children who were also being held on the summit. The three Americans went to the dank hut where the children were kept and saw the bored guards yelling at the kids to stay inside. There were more than 20 children still alive, most of them under 10 years old, but they were not well. The children were scabby and listless, covered in sores. 2 particularly emaciated children looked to Alan to be wasting away from tuberculosis or some intestinal infection. One child was blind in one eye. Another had skeletal ribs that looked like the spokes of a hamster wheel. The men had never seen such a wretched sight. All the youth and vitality had been drained from these children. They crouched on their straw with the utter dejection of hopeless, hungry little old men, Pinger thought. All were boys except one girl of about 9 years old, whom the Americans viewed as particularly vulnerable. The Americans noticed, as Powell had, the children's tattered but once fine clothing, indicating their wealthy origins. They had all been on Baozuku for at least a year, and one of the oldest had apparently been confined for 5 years. The bandits ransomed the children, forcing their families to make monthly payments. If the payments stopped, the children would either be killed or be raised as bandits. One morning, Solomon made a hefty pot of rice pudding, which the 3 Americans dished out to the children. It was highly sweetened and enriched with milk and raisins, so the youngsters gulped it down hungrily. The Americans wanted to be sure that their handouts were going to those who needed it the most. Pinger repeatedly demanded that the old caretaker bring out the little living skeleton, the child with the protruding ribs, to allow the Americans to feed him some oatmeal, fearing that the bandit guards and caretaker were taking the food for themselves. The way he wolfed down the porridge convinces me that while he may have tuberculosis or worse, there is nothing wrong with his appetite. He was simply starving, Pinger told Alan. They received from the rescue mission a large tin of biscuits and Chinese candy that they gave to the children. Although having food and clean water for the children was a priority, Alan had also requested from the Peking Express medical supplies and soap, which he used to clean and disinfect the children's festering sores as best he could. The SAP Club also kept the children busy with projects that alleviated some of the boredom and gave them much-needed exercise. One project involved putting down gravel along the path that everyone in the camp used to go to the latrine. During heavy rains, this path became a mass of gumbo, in Pinger's words. The Americans located a pile of granite-like chips that were chiseled out from the rocky plateau. As they worked, the children began singing songs they remembered from school or their families. It touched the SAP Club to see a bit of joy brought back into the lives of the kidnapped children. Our coming was a godsend to these little ones, Pinger said. At least, a temporary one. At night, the SAP Club frequently saw campfires and lights in the valleys below, and on one clear evening, the 3 Americans noticed the strong beam of the searchlight from the Caochuang mining compound. In a letter to Falun, Major Pinger had described their position at the top of Baozuku. Several days later, the powerful searchlight pierced through the sky and illuminated the top of the mountain like a spotlight in a theater. Every night thereafter, the 3 Americans started to notice that the searchlight at Caochuang was flashing some sort of message in Morse code. The code proved too difficult to decipher, which the trio explained via letters sent down to Caochuang. So the people in the mining compound began to use the searchlight in a semaphore fashion, flashing an alphabetic code. The signals came every night for several nights in a row. Pinger wrote a letter to Falun, delivered by the bandit post, telling him that the beams of the searchlight were right on the nose. In his reply, Falun explained that he wanted to establish communications so he could rapidly warn them if the military decided to mount a rescue mission. More and more, it seemed like there would be a bloody end to the Lincheng incident, especially if Tian's troops continued their siege. Every night thereafter, the 3 Americans started to closely watch the searchlight on the horizon to decode the incoming messages. General Tian arrived in Peking on May 22nd. He went immediately to Marshal Cao Kun, expecting to receive authorization to launch a full-scale attack against the bandits. But Anderson had beat him to it, and sent a telegram to Cao pleading with him to order Tian to stand down. Tian tried to persuade Cao to use overwhelming force of arms to wipe the bandits off the face of Shantung. Tian was unwavering in his position. He was convinced that once the military cordon was relaxed, allies of the bandits would pour in from adjoining provinces. "I can either fight the bandits at the risk of the lives of the foreigners, or withdraw my troops to points designated by the bandits and risk the influx of allied marauding bands driving in from the surrounding countryside to take full possession of southern Shantung." Cao had heard enough. Tian had been given ample opportunity to solve this crisis through military maneuvers, and he had failed. Cao was also aware that the Shantung Provincial Assembly, the legislative body of the province, had sent a telegram to President Li Yuanhong, calling for the ouster of Tian because of his abject failure to deal effectively with the bandit situation. The assembly found that only a single district out of 107 in Shantung province was without banditry, and that the well-funded Shantung army, which received 70% of the annual revenues of the province, had proven wholly incapable of dealing with the growing insurgency. Now, Cao decided, it was Roy Anderson's turn. Although Cao had dispatched Anderson 2 weeks before, he knew that the Americans' efforts at mediating had been hamstrung by Tian's two-faced strategy of fighting and making empty promises. Cao ordered Tian to stand down. General Zheng Shiji, the assistant military governor of Shantung, would take his place commanding the troops in Caochuang, who were now there only to support Anderson. Anderson agreed to restart negotiations, but he wanted full authorization to cut a deal with the brigands. Cao agreed. Yet Anderson still faced formidable challenges. He would have to find a way for the bandits to accept a deal without the guarantee of the foreign governments, which he knew was a non-starter for the American and European diplomats. Meanwhile, Minister Sherman had no objection to Anderson leading the negotiations, provided that the Chinese government and the bandits understood that Anderson was acting independently and did not represent the U.S. government. The other diplomats responded with suspicion, expecting that Anderson would first try to get his own nationals released at the expense of the British, French, and Italian captives. But they were still willing to give him a chance to break the impasse. Chapter 19. Powell's Charge. There is great danger constantly, as the bandits are drinking heavily and are getting in an ugly mood at times, and something serious may happen if they are provoked. Leon Friedman, American hostage and Shanghai automobile dealer. May 22nd, 1923. Afternoon. Temple of the Clouds. The hostages had now been in captivity for 16 days. Negotiations were at a standstill, and the morale of the Temple of the Clouds had fallen to a new low. The sheer number of foreign and Chinese captives living in close quarters created appalling sanitary conditions. During a community dinner at the temple, Musso went ballistic when news reports published overly optimistic coverage about the progress of negotiations. At least from the hostages' perspective, nothing could be further from the truth. Sun Mei-yao repeatedly threatened that all the captives would soon need to make the treacherous climb to the top of the mountain to join the Sap Club. Meanwhile, the bandits had begun to drink heavily and to pick fights with the hostages. Powell got into a scuffle with one of the younger bandits, who struck him in the back for no apparent reason. Powell generally tried to be diplomatic with the bandits, but some of the younger bandits were immature troublemakers who thought it was funny to do things like throw manure into the captives' food. If the hostages objected to their treatment, these undisciplined juveniles would point their weapons and threaten to shoot. On a nightly basis, bandits would try to rob the captives of the clothing and supplies that were sent up from the relief mission. One of the bandits tried to take the plain wooden box that Rowlett used to store his personal belongings. When Rowlett protested, the bandit pulled out his revolver, cocked it, and pointed it at Rowlett's head. The greedy bandit was on the point of shooting Rowlett when he was forcibly dragged away by 3 of his comrades. If the treatment of the foreign hostages was bad, the Chinese captives continued to have it much worse. In plain view of the foreigners, the bandits executed 5 Chinese hostages who either refused to obey an order or did not do so quickly enough. The tension was becoming intolerable for British tourist William Smith, who had come to the Orient in the hopes of recovering from his addiction to painkillers and sleeping pills. Dr. Mertens, Musso's physician who visited the temple grounds, started to supply Smith with the barbiturate Veronal to calm his nerves and help cure his insomnia. But it wasn't enough for him. Smith wrote a letter to Carl Crow, pleading for him to send up even more sedatives. He was so keyed up that he would often wander around outside the camp aimlessly, irritating the guards, and causing his fellow captives to send out search parties to bring him back. Sun Mei-yao had threatened to kill 2 of the foreign hostages, 1 American and 1 British, if his demand for withdrawal of the troops was not met by May 22nd. Even though General Tian had left for Peking on May 20th, 3 of his brigades were still in place, on his orders. So on the afternoon of May 22nd, all the foreign captives were told to gather in the temple courtyard. They were silent. They knew that the fateful hour had come. After weeks of captivity, having seen multiple deadlines come and go without action, the hostages thought that this time Sun had meant what he said. The foreigners knew, from the treatment of the Chinese captives, that the bandits had no fear of spilling blood. They looked at one another, nervously, silently. And then, suddenly, in that intense moment, a strange thing happened. Someone in the camp started to sing, "Hail, hail the gang's all here," a popular song from The Pirates of Penzance. Hail, hail, the gang's all here. What the heck do we care? What the heck do we care? Hail, hail, the gang's all here. What the heck do we care now? All the hostages joined the singing, one voice after another. The Shanghai cousins were the loudest. Even the aloof Smith chimed in. Like a rollicking band of pirates performing in a light opera, they all leaped to their feet to join the chorus in the courtyard. No contemporary production of the Gilbert and Sullivan musical ever reached this level of collective emotional intensity. The sound of the hearty voices echoed off the canyon walls, and the guards and Chinese captives alike all came out to see what the commotion was. There was a sense of defiance, of protest. "Look at them," Smith said to his fellow hostages. "The bandits are nonplussed by our pluck and sang-froid." Verse after verse they sang. They swung their arms with clenched fists. They yelled out the words while looking up to the sky, so that their 3 American comrades, isolated at the top of Baozuku, could hear the courage and solidarity in their voices. The Sap Club actually heard them. And in their camps, the bandit chiefs Sun Mei-yao and populist heard them too. The last thing Sun and his gang wanted was an open revolt by the foreign captives. He knew, hearing the sheer tenacity in their voices, that executing one member of their ranks carried such a risk. The message was clear. The hostages of the Peking Express were sticking together till the end. The day came and went, without any of them being harmed. Emboldened by the courage their fellow hostages had shown by facing down Sun's deadline, Friedman and Powell called a meeting of both the foreign and the English-speaking Chinese captives to discuss their situation and come up with a strategy to end the deadlock. Professor Hung suggested that they take matters into their own hands. They should meet with the bandit chiefs and attempt to negotiate their own way out of captivity, or at least help the bandits resolve the stalemate with the Peking government. On the evening of May 23rd, at about 7 o'clock, the bandit chiefs arrived at the Temple of the Clouds for discussions. Friedman was appointed by the captives to be the chairman, and Powell would serve as secretary. Friedman was the perfect person to speak on everyone's behalf. He had the charisma and charm of an entertainer, the persuasion of a car salesman, and the aura of a confident corporate kingpin. Whenever he walked into a room, his deep, eloquent voice and steady demeanor captured the attention of the audience. With Hung interpreting, Friedman told the bandit leaders that he understood their situation and wanted to help them find a way to settle the standoff. "But we can't do anything to help you until we know your terms," Friedman explained. "Just what do you want?" After some hesitation, each of the bandit leaders began to talk at length and with much passion about past injustices. All of the captives listened intently without interruption or judgment, although they had heard many of these demands before: the withdrawal of the troops that were besieging Shantung, army commissions for the ragtag bandits with back pay, weapons, food, and clothing, and a guarantee from the foreign powers to prevent any double-crossing by the Chinese government. Like Anderson, the captives knew that many of these demands were impossible, but Friedman and Powell were pleased that the chiefs were articulating what they wanted. Still, they had no idea how to encourage the bandits to genuinely restart negotiations and tone down their demands. They needed to give the bandits a reality check. Friedman diplomatically emphasized to the chiefs that they were running out of time. Peking was under increasing pressure to resort to a military solution to the crisis, which would almost certainly lead to the annihilation of both the bandits and the captives. Any sympathy that the bandits hoped to receive for their cause from the foreign community was waning as the days of captivity wore on. Both Friedman and Powell mentioned that they had received many letters from family and friends, and the messages were uniformly in favor of using foreign troops to secure the release of the hostages. As the discussions continued, the captives began to earn Sun's trust. The bandit chief seemed charmed by Powell in particular. He was impressed that Powell had attended the 1922 Washington Conference, where the Japanese were forced to leave Tsingtao and Shantung. Jokingly or not, Sun called Powell the savior of Shantung, even though all he had done at the conference was take notes as a journalist. Sun agreed that it was time to cut a deal. He decided to send Powell down to Caochuang with a message that the bandits wanted to reopen negotiations. On the morning of May 24th, Powell mounted a mule and descended the mountain with a guard of about 150 mounted bandits. They were not for his protection. If anything, they made him a bigger target, but to demonstrate his importance as the official emissary of the bandit army. The thunder of the hooves echoed off the canyon walls and gave the impression that Sun Mei-yao's troops were a force to be reckoned with. The mounted bandit guards turned back at the military lines, leaving Powell to make the rest of the trip alone. The ride down the mountain to Caochuang took most of the day. He reached the mining compound at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, where he was welcomed by Anderson, the American Consul Davis, and General Cheng Shi-chi, the Chinese military leader who had replaced General Tian. General Cheng would not provide Powell with a written reply to the bandits' demands, but he offered to meet and negotiate with the chiefs if they would be willing to send representatives down to Caochuang. Cheng also guaranteed the absolute safety of any negotiators who came to Caochuang, putting his commitment in writing for Powell to take back to the chieftains. Powell used the opportunity to bathe, shave, and change clothes, a welcome relief after almost 3 weeks in the same filthy outfit. He also had his first hot meal that wasn't cooked over a campfire. For the first time, Powell realized that he was safe and free from the grip of the bandits. Absorbed by thoughts of his wife and children, Powell was tempted to not return to the bandit camp. But a refusal to return meant the almost certain death of one or more of his waiting comrades. The 2 American Army officers would likely be the first to get shot, or they could target his friends, Friedman and Solomon. He just couldn't do this to them. The bonds formed over the past weeks in captivity were too strong. He had to return for their sake, even at his own personal risk. Something also told him that the assurances of General Cheng and the fact that Anderson was now in the lead meant that real negotiations would finally begin. The next morning, Powell returned to the bandit camp. Sun Mei-yao agreed to Zheng's offer to meet in Zhaozhuang and designated as representatives two sub-chiefs, Guo Zhizai and Zhou Tiansung, to return with Powell to begin the negotiations at once. Mid-morning on May 26th, Powell and the two envoys prepared to depart. Guo and Zhou changed from their bandit gear to traditional Zhangshen gowns, emblematic of the Chinese scholar class, outfits they had likely stolen from the Peking Express. Guo was considered the diplomat of the group, whereas Zhou was the man of the people, having come from peasant stock. Guo and Zhou carried hand fans for show, and thus earned the nickname fan bandits from the captives. Popo Liu also asked his adopted son, the smug and pretentious Straw Hat, to accompany Powell and the fan bandits down to Zhaozhuang. Straw Hat was viewed as a miscreant by the hostages. He always carried a heavy, oversized revolver under his silk jacket, and sometimes pointed his massive revolver with his childlike hands at one of the foreigners, grinning menacingly with his grayish-black teeth and silly laugh. Just before the group's departure, Sun, while looking directly at Powell, drew his revolver and pressed the barrel of his gun into the chest of multiple foreign captives. In this manner, Sun indicated that one or possibly all of the captives would be killed if Powell failed to carry out the mission or attempted to double-cross the bandits by allowing their envoys to be captured by the army. This terrified the captives. Then, as Powell mounted, Sun broke the tension by clapping his hands and cheering. Everybody followed suit so enthusiastically that the noise scared the mules, which bolted down the valley at a gallop. Powell, the fan bandits, and Straw Hat rode all day, and when they reached the military lines, the accompanying mounted escorts left the four riders to proceed on their own. They entered a mile-wide no-man's land between the bandit lines and the military outposts. Powell noticed that Guo and Zhou were getting increasingly nervous, being outside of the protection of their fellow bandits and in the realm now of the unforgiving government troops. As darkness fell, they approached the lights of the walled compound of Zhaozhuang. At the gate, a sentry shouted out an order, and suddenly the bright searchlight came beaming down on them, illuminating the four travelers. Panicked, the three Chinese riders abruptly turned their mounts and dashed across an adjoining field. While the sentry trained the spotlight on the fleeing riders, Powell gave chase, shouting reassurances that their safety was guaranteed. Powell feared that Guo and Zhou had lost their courage and were about to return to Baozuku. After exhausting his limited supply of Chinese obscenities, he succeeded in overtaking the bandits and finally got them to turn around and head back toward the gate. Powell, the two nervous fan bandits, and Straw Hat cautiously walked their panting mounts forward under the bright glare of the compound's searchlight. It wasn't until he heard the loud clang of the door of the compound's gate that Powell heaved a sigh of relief. Powell and the two fan bandits were immediately whisked away to the railway coach of U.S. Consul Davis, and there they met with the foreign consular representatives Anderson, Crow, and Falloon. There was great excitement when they arrived, and enormous curiosity regarding the two bandit envoys whom Powell had brought with him. Anderson took the fan bandits to meet with General Zheng, who received them with all the formality of a high government dignitary. The bandits presented the general with their list of demands and immediately engaged in a dialogue. In true Chinese style, where pride was always an overriding concern, General Zheng said this to the fan bandits. "This situation has caused the officials of the province to lose much face. It has caused the people of China to lose much face. It has caused the bandits themselves to lose face. Therefore, we might as well eliminate the subject of face altogether and get down to business." The brigand chiefs and the Shantung officials retired to a private conference and began discussions that went on till midnight. Although no formal settlement was reached, Zheng agreed to incorporate 1,000 bandits into the army if each of the recruits had a rifle in his possession. The government also agreed to pay 1 month's salary to men who enlisted and to issue rations to them. The question of the foreign government guarantee was not discussed. This proposal was not satisfactory to Guo and Zhou, but they did agree to share the offer with Sun Mei-yao and continue discussions. Powell slipped away from the negotiations and met with his friends Crow and Anderson in their rail car, where he was served dinner and stayed awake past midnight, discussing the situation, even though the grueling mule ride down the mountain had exhausted him. Powell, Crow, and Anderson were all clubmen and chatted, drank, and smoked as if they were at the bar of the exclusive Shanghai club on the Bund. Powell wanted to know from Anderson and Crow what the warlords planned to do to end the affair. Anderson wanted to know from Powell the mindset of Sun Mei-yao and Popo Liu. Powell explained that Liu could be satisfied solely with a bag of silver, but Sun wanted much more: his own army. This unapologetic boldness made the 3 Americans laugh. They also laughed at the silly costumes of the fan bandits, who just days before had been dressed like gritty outlaws. All 3 men were troubled by the demand for some form of security guarantee for the bandits. Without it, there would be no deal and no freedom for the captives. Given the hour, it was decided that they would stay the night at Zhaochuang and return to Baozuku in the morning. Consul Davis offered to host Guo and Zhou in his own carriage. Straw Hat would be Powell's responsibility. The French representative, Consul Crépin, had informed his fellow diplomats that fan bandit Guo Zhizai was actually a notorious Shanghai underworld figure named Fang Yao, who was wanted by the police in the French concession for various crimes, including extortion, arson, and kidnapping. Guo had previously lived in Shanghai, where he ran an extortionist racket with his brother. The 2 earned a living by threatening to bomb the homes of wealthy Chinese businessmen if they did not pay up. Guo also maintained a number of bordellos and opium dens in Shanghai and other cities, where he invested his ill-gotten gains. The police in the French concession of Shanghai had 6 months earlier arrested Guo's brother and sentenced him to 5 years imprisonment. Guo was on the run. Crépin assured the foreign consuls that when all was resolved with the bandits, the French police would demand the arrest of Guo, who would be imprisoned in Shanghai. Anderson believed that the checkered past of the bandit sub-chiefs was irrelevant to the settlement discussions, and that this was an issue for the French to take up after, and only after, the hostages were released. He made it clear that Guo, or Fang Yao as the French claimed him to be, was not to be threatened or confronted until the negotiations were settled. After Berube was released in suspicious circumstances, the French, in Anderson's eyes, had followed their own agenda to the detriment of their fellow diplomats' efforts, rendering their credibility questionable. The American fixer wanted the French sidelined from the negotiations. When he returned to his assigned sleeping compartment after long hours of conversation, Powell was surprised to see Straw Hat waiting for him. The boy bandit looked sickly. Apparently, he had been given an extravagant dinner and eaten so much cake and candy that he was on the point of exploding. Straw Hat had also smoked a cigar, inhaling the thick and intense smoke into his lungs as if it were a cigarette. Powell was able to get him outside just in time for him to throw up the entire contents of his stomach. The boy returned to the sleeping compartment, stinking of vomit. He then insisted on sprawling out on the floor next to Powell's berth. He was so used to sleeping on the ground that he spurned the bed. Powell opened the windows and covered his nose, but he still had difficulty sleeping because of the smell. In the morning, there was a conference among General Zheng, Davis, Falloon, Anderson, and Powell, in which Zheng informed the Americans that he was ready to negotiate with the bandit leaders directly. The plan was that each side would be represented by an equal number of principals and guards, with Anderson taking the lead in mediating the discussion. Anderson asked Powell for his advice on how the Chinese and foreign governments should proceed. "Keep the military pressure on the bandits," Powell said. "Tighten the cordon without bloodshed. Any further skirmishes between the outlaws and the government troops could be fatal to all. General Zheng wrote out his proposal for the next step in discussions and handed this to Powell to take back with him. Anderson emphasized to the fan bandits that Sun Mei-yao needed to resolve any differences between the various bandit chiefs, for time was indeed limited, and there was much talk of foreign military intervention. Sun had to reply to Zheng's proposal within 2 days. Zheng showered dignity on the two bandit emissaries as if they were an official party, and, in lieu of a mule ride, provided them, as well as Powell and Straw Hat, with sedan chairs for the return journey up to Baozugu. As they left the mining compound and were a safe distance from the gate, the boy bandit had the coolies carrying his sedan chair jog up alongside Powell's chair. After getting Powell's attention, he giddily pulled up his jacket to show him that he had acquired a large army revolver, which he kept in a holster strapped to his chest. In true bandit fashion, Straw Hat had taken the liberty to steal the weapon from the mining compound while he was a guest. "This kid is truly incorrigible and hopeless," thought Powell, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. After traveling for about 4 hours through the heat of the day, they reached the military lines. The Chinese soldiers on guard refused to allow them passage through the cordon of soldiers without the formality of a written huzhou, permit to pass. Powell's cavalcade had no option but to return to Caochuang to obtain the required document from General Zheng. Upon their arrival back at the mining compound, Zheng profusely apologized and expressed regret at the actions of the guards at the military line. He mentioned to Powell that he had received orders to tighten up the military lines that morning, but forgot to issue passes for Powell and the fan bandits. This sounded like a reasonable excuse to Powell. After the huzhous were issued, they set out again. As they passed the American Rescue Mission's rail car, Powell met a laughing Roy Anderson. "Powell, that was a dirty trick to play on you," Anderson smiled. "But the old Bang Ban has certainly impressed those bandits with the strength of his military lines," he went on, using a term of respect to refer to General Zheng. General Zheng's trick was indeed a clear message to the bandits that the military cordon was strong and that, unlike General Tian, he had full control over his troops. The two fan bandits realized that they were indeed encircled. Zheng had subtly got his point across that the government was ready to negotiate, but that a military solution was still very much on the table. Guo and Zhou now understood, with more urgency than anything General Zheng or Anderson might have said to them, that the Chinese and foreign governments were losing patience, and the window of opportunity to negotiate a deal was closing. The Peking politicians had gone home, and the only remaining government officials at Caochuang were Roy Anderson, who had been appointed by Marshal Cao Gun, and General Zheng. The bandits were growing more and more disturbed by the noticeable nighttime searchlight communications between Caochuang and the 3 American captives at the top of Baozugu. Night after night, they had watched the searchlight aimlessly wave its long beam across the sky, but this was the first time the bright rays had been focused on the top of Baozugu Mountain. It had become obvious that the officials down at the mining compound were using the searchlight to send signals to the captives. Then, on the night of May 29th, the 10th day the Sap Club had spent at the top of Baozugu, and after almost 4 weeks in captivity, the 3 Americans decoded a searchlight message that read, "Parley begins tomorrow. Hopeful of results." Chapter 20. The Breakthrough. My impression is that the brigands realize that their game is up, but that they are holding out till the 11th hour in hopes of obtaining a maximum of security for themselves. Berthold George Tours, Consul General, British Consulate, Zinan. May 30th, 1923. Morning, Temple of the Clouds. Early in the morning, Powell raced back down the mountain to Caochuang with the news that the bandit chiefs had agreed to General Zheng's offer, They would meet and negotiate with the Chinese government's chosen representative and mediator, Roy Anderson. The meeting would take place later that day in a small village just below the Temple of the Clouds. The meeting room chosen was packed to suffocation with the negotiators, bodyguards, and various hangers-on. Anderson was in charge. He quickly realized that in the 2 weeks since he last spoke to the bandit leaders, strong differences had emerged between them. Populist had lost all faith in negotiations and had become more defiant as the crisis wore on. He wanted any settlement to include a sizable ransom payment. Liu, unlike Sun Mei-yao, had no interest in enlisting in the army. He claimed that all the foreigners, including Anderson and the hostages, had crooked hearts and should be killed. But Liu was clearly in the minority. The majority of the bandits desired a settlement whereby they could join the government army. It would mean steady pay and respect for men and boys who had neither for much of their lives. Anderson could tell that these discussions would take time. He knew he had to be patient and be prepared to cajole, manipulate, and even kowtow to achieve the results he wanted. With General Tian out of the way, he finally had control of the negotiations. He opened with a risky gambit, an attempt at shaming the bandits. Let me start by saying that I have personally lost much face as a result of the lies about me that have been perpetuated and circulated by the bandits, said Anderson, aware of the rumors circulating about how the American fixer was just as evil and double-crossing as the warlords he served. Anderson said that this was not true and that he had exhausted himself making the difficult journeys to the bandit camp. He felt pity for China, the country where he was born. He said that every day that this highly publicized hostage crisis continued only added to China's shame. As an American, he was saddened that the Chinese were mistreating their friends by taking American citizens hostage. After all, the United States had recently helped China recover Shantung from Japan at the Washington Conference. Although he had just restarted negotiations, Anderson gambled that his best approach would be to convince the bandits that he was already out of patience and on the brink of giving up. So, my brothers, now is the time to act, and if you wish for me to continue to play a mediator role, you need to act immediately, or I would just as soon pack up and leave and return to Peking and advise Marshal Cao that I have failed to negotiate a deal. The bandit chief sat quietly as Anderson's words sank in. He had made an impression on them. Anderson then realized it was a good moment to ask for something. As a sign of good faith, he pressed the bandit chiefs to immediately release William Smith and Major Allen, as he had also attempted to do more than 2 weeks before. He argued that the two older men were in fragile health. Allen was actually younger and in better condition than Musso, but the major's gleaming white hair was looked upon as a sign of old age. Anderson explained that if anything happened to these venerable foreigners, international public opinion would turn decidedly against them. The bandit chiefs said they would review the request and quickly went into the first of many sidebar discussions. As the bandits stepped out of the one-story building to engage in private discussions, Anderson took Powell aside and told him to ride up to the temple compound and tell Smith and Allen to prepare for release. Anderson believed that the chiefs would soon come back to the table and, with much fanfare, agreed to release the two white-haired captives. He wanted the men to get off the mountain before the bandits changed their minds. Powell immediately headed up to the canyon to the Temple of the Clouds to break the news. As Anderson expected, the bandits returned to the table and formally agreed to unconditionally release Smith and Allen, who had by that point been in captivity for 25 days. Now we're getting somewhere, thought Anderson. Pinger and Solomon were also allowed to come down from Baozuku Summit, where they, along with Allen, had spent the last 11 days. As they descended the pinnacle, the Sap Club looked toward the hut holding the children, and each vowed to do something to rescue them from their horrendous predicament. Sedan chairs were prepared, and the two graying captives set out for Cao Chuang with Anderson. The release of Allen and Smith reduced the number of foreign captives to 12, Most of the remaining hostages were relieved to see Smith go. "The poor old chap was fast losing his mental balance," said Rowlett, as he watched Smith depart. "I am so glad he was released." The consular representative from Italy, Raffaele Ferraiolo, complained that Musso, who was in fact older than Major Allen, should also be released because of his poor health. But Anderson knew that the bandit chiefs believed Musso to be valuable and would hold on to him as long as possible. Fuming, Ferraiolo protested to General Zheng, demanding that he make immediate arrangements for the release of Mr. Musso on account of his illness, and claimed that the release of Smith and Allen was based upon a question of nationality without regard for the health of the respective captives. Zheng and Anderson simply ignored the request of the Italians. Musso was not going anywhere, sick or healthy, and was likely to be held captive until the end. It was unreasonable, they thought, to believe otherwise. If the bandits wouldn't yield to the plea of the Pope, they certainly wouldn't listen to Anderson. Even Rowlett had told British Consul Tours in a letter that the bandits will probably keep Musso. There seemed to be something about Musso that excited the bandits, something more than just his wealth, or the fact that his clients were opium smugglers and operators of bawdy houses. As it turned out, Musso was also a gun runner. He had served as the legal representative for a Shanghai arms merchant named Ba Tse, who had made a deal with the northern warlord Zhang Zolin for the supply of a large quantity of firearms and ammunition. Zhang advanced a deposit into a Shanghai bank account, but when the transaction collapsed after his defeat in battle, the former warlord demanded the return of the funds. Musso objected to the reimbursement on the grounds that it was a non-refundable deposit, and he took the matter to court in Shanghai, with Italian consul Ferraiolo as a foreign assessor, acting as both an observer and advocate for Musso. Musso, of course, prevailed in the court case, and was allowed to keep the funds. Zhang sent an officer to seek the support of the French consulate for the return of his money, but the French government refused to take sides. French consul Crépin conveyed this story to British consul Tours. Crépin believed that Zhang had engineered the whole Lincheng incident in order to ransom Musso and get his money back. When the bandits first attacked the train, they supposedly asked many of the train staff if a foreign passenger named Musso was on board the train. Crépin raised the gun-running case with Ferraiolo, who strongly denied having any knowledge of the matter. When Crépin pushed the issue, Ferraiolo stormed off in a huff. True or not, the gun-running story led to a falling out among the four diplomats, with much bickering and finger-pointing in all directions. With the hostage crisis extending into a full month, the tension among the four diplomats increased. "We are as happy a family as can be under the circumstances," said Consul Tours, as he called out his fellow diplomats. "America suspects France. Italy suspects America. France suspects America and Italy over the Musso arms deal, and I suspect the whole lot. I am the only one who has made no attempt to send spies into the brigands' camp. The result is that all three take me into their confidences as against the remaining twain. It is rather like an old ladies' tea party, with myself as grandmamma." The one thing that the foreign captives could not get out of their minds was the Baokutsu children, the bedraggled tiny souls still languishing at the top of the pinnacle. It also led to a heated debate in the camp. Although he didn't agree with the tactics, Professor Hung believed that the children were not necessarily the victims of kidnapping, but rather of financial misfortune or a financial arrangement. A parent or clan may have sent the child to the bandit camp as security for payment of a debt. A failure to pay meant that the bandits could do what they wanted to do with the children. It may have been true that the children were sold to pay debts, the foreign captive said in response. Yet murder is still murder. How can they be so horribly unconscionable, so unspeakably depraved, so utterly inhumane? Questioned Major Pinger. Hung shrugged his shoulders and didn't offer an explanation other than to say that this had always been the way that things were done in China. The foreign captives saw this as ethical corruption at its core. China needs to make changes from the sordid and rigid past, they all believed. The foreign hostages understood that their mission was now more complicated. They needed not only to find a way to free themselves, but also to rescue these helpless children. Over the next week, Anderson made multiple trips up to the bandit camps for negotiations. There was much haggling over the actual number of bandits who would be enlisted in the army, the amount of back pay they would receive, and whether a bandit would be required to have a weapon to be given a uniform. As word spread to the province that the government was preparing to pay bandits to enlist, local villagers were pushing their sons and husbands, young and old, to join up. During these difficult times, an army commission meant one fewer mouth to feed. But the government had no interest in enrolling starving villagers. It also didn't want to empower Sun Mei-yao by putting even more people under his command. Originally, the government took the position that if a bandit could not supply a rifle, there would be no uniform. But eventually, this demand was relaxed, and bandits who had pistols or revolvers would be admitted as well. This concession was significant and increased the number of potential enlistees, but it also had the effect of encouraging the holders of multiple weapons to sell or barter their superfluous firearms to those without. The financial terms were clearly not important to Sun Mei-yao. His endgame was to be the commanding officer, a brigadier general, of his own brigade of troops. With legitimate soldiers under his authority, he would be able to solidify his command and control over the southern Shantung region. By effectively ousting General Tian's troops, he would become his own minor warlord. Under Sun, fan bandits Guo and Chou would become colonels, and the rest of the sub-chiefs would also become officers. The intractable Popo Liu would not join the new brigade, but he would still be protected by Sun. However, Liu was more concerned about money and a pardon, and he had no interest in joining the army. Consul Davis observed that Liu and his men were congenital bandits who had no ambitions beyond being allowed indefinitely to prey upon the people. Sun, himself a savvy negotiator, persuaded Liu and 300 of his men to accept a pardon, cash, and the protection of his soon-to-be-established brigade. Because Anderson had gotten the bandits their army commissions and back pay, he now demanded in return that more of the remaining captives be released. Anderson focused on the black-haired young men from Shanghai. He pretended that they were worthless and troublesome, and claimed that they lacked the prestige of the other captives. Anderson also tried to get Manuel Varea released at the same time. He said Varea came from Mexico, a country that had thousands of its own bandits, and thus could not be expected to have any interest in those of countries from across the sea. Sun was aware that there was no consular representative from Mexico at Zhaochuang, so this was interpreted as a sign that the Mexican government was indifferent to Varea's capture. Anderson added that Jerome Henley, the least liked of the foreign captives and more of a disruption in the camp, should also be released. After long, tense negotiations, the bandits agreed to release 4 additional captives: Eddie Elias, Theo Safier, Jerome Henley, and Manuel Varea. This was good news for Anderson, but he kept pressing the chiefs to release more of the captives, or at least explain why he still needed to hold on to so many hostages when most of his demands had been met. "Why do you need 8 captives?" Anderson asked the chiefs. The bandits paused and looked at one another. "We keep the last ones we like the best," said Sun. This brought howls of laughter from the bandits. Anderson tried to look amused. He wasn't entirely satisfied, but he thought that things were moving in the right direction. He asked Powell to head up to the Temple of the Clouds with sedan chairs to take the 4 captives to their freedom. Anderson stepped out of the room to have a smoke. He counted up the remaining 8 foreign hostages: Powell, Friedman, Musso, Freddie Elias, Solomon, Gensberger, Rowlett, and Pinger. Anderson knew that even if he could squeeze a few more hostages from Sun, the bandit would keep at least one hostage representing each of the major foreign powers, the Americans, the French, the British, and the Italians, as collateral until he was satisfied that the Chinese would hold up their end of the bargain. Anderson was, first and foremost, focused on gaining the freedom of the foreign captives. Yet Powell reminded him of the plight of the Chinese, especially Professor Hung and Chi Chung. "In good time," Anderson reassured Powell, although even Anderson knew that he was unlikely to have much impact on the fate of the Chinese hostages. The reality was that the foreign captives took priority for geopolitical reasons. Marshal Cao Kun himself prioritized the release of the foreigners first because he didn't want to have to listen to the grumbling of the foreign diplomatic corps in Peking. The Chinese government could deal with the bandits and Chinese captives later, without so much scrutiny. Anderson needed a backup plan in the event the discussions went south. While outside, he watched Powell and the Frenchman organize a train of sedan chairs. "Come with me," Anderson said, as he approached Powell and the Frenchman. "I have an idea that might just work." On June 7th, Sun Mei-yao went to the Temple of the Clouds to announce that a tentative agreement had been reached. Sun informed the 8 remaining captives that as soon as confirmation was received from Marshal Cao Kun, they expected Anderson to come up to the camp with various officials to sign the deal. The official enrollers of the army had arrived with paper, ink, and brushes, along with many boxes of uniforms and food for the new brigade. The process of enrollment would take several days to complete. Until then, said Sun, the remaining captives needed to sit tight. The only contentious issue that remained was the guarantee of the foreign governments. Though pleased with the news, the captives became quickly impatient that their freedom was so close but was delayed because of paperwork. Sun then mentioned that there was also talk that the bandits might keep only 3 of the high-value captives, pointing to Pinger, Rowlett, and Gensberger. They would thus be releasing 5 additional captives, including the sickly Musso. This way, they would continue to hold an American, British, and French citizen as a guarantee. The bandits knew that Pinger, Rowlett, and Gensberger were in good enough shape that they could be pushed to a remote hideout on a moment's notice if the deal collapsed or the bandits were betrayed. They would be Sun's insurance policy. Musso, despite his powerful connections, was no longer seen as valuable because he couldn't be easily moved. "How long?" Rowlett asked Sun. "Oh, maybe a week, maybe a month or so," Sun said sarcastically. Then he left the temple courtyard. "He can't be serious," Major Pinger thought. "Oh boy," Rowlett said with a sigh, looking at the concerned faces of Pinger and Gensberger. "In the long months to come, they want healthy, agreeable, mobile youngish hostages, not people that they might have to shoot for their inability to run," Pinger said. They all also feared that the more desperate element of the outlaw band, those who were unfit for army discipline, would seize the remaining 3 and flee deeper into the mountains. "They have no intention whatsoever of releasing the last 3, said Solomon, saying out loud what everyone was thinking. "We are not leaving anyone behind," Friedman said with authority. All of them nodded and then shouted out in agreement. Even Musso, who would be one of those released and who was physically on his last leg, could not in good conscience cut and run on his fellow prisoners. They had all stood together through thick and thin. "Nothing doing. 8 or none," they instantly said. With that, the captives instructed Powell to pass on a message to Anderson that they had made a collective decision that a partial release was wholly unacceptable. "All 8, they shouted, "or none." Chapter 21. Freedom. We are willing to be called and pacified and organized into a national army. From this time on, We will be permanently loyal to the country and commit nothing that will disturb the order of the army or hurt the reputation of soldiers. Bandits of Baozugu Mountain. June 8, 1923. Morning. Temple of the Clouds. The captives and bandits watched overhead as a wood and canvas biplane flew up the valley and circled Baozugu. The loud whir of the engine broke the morning calm, echoing off the canyon walls. This was one of two British-made Avro scout biplanes that Marshal Cao Kun had sent down to Lincheng in special railcars a week earlier. He wanted to start aerial observation of the bandits to monitor their strength and position, and to watch for any attempt to escape northward to the more mountainous regions of central Shantung. Although the airplanes were armed with machine guns and could drop small bombs, this plane was just dropping leaflets that urged the bandits to accept peaceful terms. Yet the bandits did not respond peacefully. Instead, they trained their rifles on the plane and began shooting wildly, although the aircraft was much too high and fast for their bullets. The bandits saw the government spy plane as a bad omen. Their enemies now had eyes on them from above, and thought it meant that a large-scale attack was imminent, perhaps with the support of the foreign powers. Unlike the bandits, the hostages saw the plane as a good sign. "This is better than the grandstand at the county fair," laughed Friedman, recalling his barnstorming days. Anderson was aware that the cordon of troops was getting tighter and tighter. He was also aware of the aircraft sorties and the increased presence of foreign military officers at Zhaochuang and at military lines. The officers were part of a commission organized by the foreign powers to investigate the military situation arising from the Lincheng incident. The Chinese government wasn't happy with the commission, but begrudgingly accepted it. However, the investigation, like the planes overhead, raised the stakes for everyone: hostages, bandits, and the government in Peking. Anderson needed to play these cards to his advantage. Anderson continued negotiating with the bandit chiefs over the next 3 days. The sticking point remained the same: the guarantee of the foreign governments. For the bandits, this was, as always, non-negotiable. They wanted some trustworthy outsider to certify that the deal they made with the Chinese government was binding and wouldn't just be ignored once the hostage standoff was resolved. Anderson knew he couldn't get the French, Italian, American, or British governments to offer a guarantee, so he proposed an audacious alternative. Would Sun and his fellow bandit chiefs be willing to accept a personal guarantee from Anderson for the performance of the Chinese government? Anderson could see that the bandits were getting spooked by the biplanes. For all the tough talk by Sun and his cohorts, there was a sense that the sooner they were in the army and the hostages released, the better. Anderson said that he would not make such a guarantee on faith alone. Rather, he would ask for a written pledge from the Peking government, which he would receive by telegram from Marshal Cao Kun. Although Anderson placed his trust in Cao, he was no stranger to the frequent shenanigans of the mercurial Duchens. Double-crossing your friends was a warlord tradition. But the telegram gave him the go-ahead that he needed to close the deal. Although hesitant, the bandits decided to take a chance on Anderson. He was known and respected by all the power brokers in China, and as an American, he was also an outsider who was perceived as uncorrupted. Such a diplomatic solution to the crisis had no precedent in the history of China. Never before had a private foreign citizen been given the authority to guarantee the performance of the Chinese government. Anderson was accustomed to advising cutthroat warlords who fought each other to the death, but this was the first time that he felt a deep sense of concern for his personal safety during a negotiation. It would be his name on the performance guarantee of a very unstable government. Anderson's word helped settle the matter of the guarantee, yet the bandit chiefs continued to debate whether to hold on to a few hostages for leverage. Anderson had gotten the all or none message from the captives. He had no intention now of leaving anyone behind, so he had to somehow force the bandit chiefs to come to final terms. If they waffled, there was a risk that a dissenting group of bandits would take the 8 remaining captives and go their own way. With that in mind, Anderson had cut a side deal with a Frenchman who, with a group of his allies, would protect the hostages should the deal go south. This was the conversation Anderson had had with the Frenchman and Powell earlier in the week when he had negotiated the release of Eddie Elias, Theo Safier, Jerome Henley, and Manuel Varela. As one of the leading sub-chiefs, the Frenchman spent a lot of time at the Temple of the Clouds. Powell and Musso had gotten to know him well. His time in Europe during the Great War allied him to the foreigners more than could be said of the other bandits. Powell and Pinger had told Anderson that not only could the Frenchman be trusted, he also had a mind of his own and would turn against Sun Mei-yao and populist if the situation called for it. If negotiations collapsed and they had to send in the military to rescue the hostages, the Frenchman agreed to protect the 8 foreign captives, using his loyal men to form a protective cushion around them inside the Temple of the Clouds. He would then barricade the hostages in limestone caves behind the temple compound until they were all liberated. In exchange for this, the Frenchman and his allies would be given preferential treatment, including immunity and commissions in the Republican Army. It was a bargain within a bargain, but it gave Anderson the edge he needed to play hardball with the bandits. Anderson intended to have one final meeting with Sun and Liu. He would give them what they wanted when it came to enlistment and back pay, on the non-negotiable condition that all foreign hostages had to be released immediately. If talks failed, Anderson planned to withdraw from the discussions and advised the government troops to attack immediately. The final dramatic scene of negotiations took place on June 12th, the 37th day of captivity, in a decrepit rural village by the Tunli River, 2 miles down the mountainside from the Temple of the Clouds, well within the bandit lines. A run-down barn served as a conference room, with old weathered doors and planks propped up on posts to serve as a makeshift table. Anderson had sent a letter to the bandits, stating that all the preparations were made. Their uniforms and money were ready. All they had to do was agree to release the hostages and sign on the dotted line. Anderson also signaled to the chiefs that he was in no mood for further stalling. He said that he had important business to attend to in Hong Kong, and that if a deal could not be reached that day, he wouldn't be around tomorrow to continue talking. To a full room, Anderson started with a lengthy speech about the traditional friendship between China and the United States, emphasizing his personal sacrifice to mediate and resolve the issues between the bandits and the Chinese government. After you, my brethren, have submitted, you shall, for the sake of your country and fellow citizens, be loyal to your country and keep the order of the army, so that the whole nation, seeing that you are serving the country, will praise your spirit of sacrifice. Anderson said, speaking slowly in Chinese and reading off the written guarantee. He directed his comments mainly to Sun Mei-yao, who beamed with a sense of accomplishment and honor. Populist, on the other hand, looked away in a trance of disillusionment. Anderson then produced a large scroll-like Chinese-language document 2 feet wide and 3 feet long, outlining the terms and conditions. Each of the bandits would be pardoned, and 2,700 of the bandits would be enrolled into the Chinese army, forming the new brigade. Each soldier would receive a small cash payment along with uniforms and provisions. In addition, the Peking government would direct funds to rebuild the villages of southern Shantung that were damaged or destroyed by the Chinese troops. In truth, the amount of silver dollars that was hauled up to the negotiations was a pittance compared to the reparations demanded by the bandits. But Anderson's strategy was to use the chest of shiny coins to dazzle the bandits and create the impression that the Chinese authorities would make good on their promises. Included in the written agreement was a stipulation that the remaining 8 foreign hostages must be immediately released. The room became silent after Anderson read off the terms of the agreement, which later became known as the Lincheng Accords. Anderson was prepared to unleash a harangue if the bandits quibbled with the deal, but he hesitated. He did not want to provoke another sidebar discussion, which would give the bandits the chance to pause and endlessly bargain. He decided that it was better to allow Sun Mei-yao to save face and to capture the moment as the leader of the new brigade. Anderson turned to Sun and offered him the floor, referring to the bandit chief for the first time as General Sun Mei-yao. All eyes were now on the bandit chief turned brigadier general. Sun knew that this was his cue and rose to his feet and gave a rousing speech about friendship and comradeship. He pledged the allegiance of his brigade, his so-called self-governed army for the establishment of the country, to the Chinese government, and declared that it was both an honor and a privilege for him and his allies to serve the Chinese people. The room erupted in cheers from all quarters. Several of Sun's underlings stood up and bowed toward Anderson in a sign of reverence, including the fan bandits, Guo and Cho, looking regal in their scholarly attire. Others came up to the tall American fixer or reached across the table to shake his hand. Anderson then looked around the room and invited the bandit leaders to sign the guarantee to conclude the settlement agreement between the new brigade and the Chinese government. Powell watched as Sun, with a grand flourish, stepped up to the table and signed the document. Then Liu and the other bandit chiefs added their signatures, followed by those of Anderson and the Shantung authorities. Anderson turned to Powell as the room once again erupted in noisy applause. "It is a fine kettle of fish when a foreigner has to sign a document guaranteeing the good faith of the Republic of China." The two men were amazed at the turn of events, but there wasn't much time to chat, for they both wanted to get all the hostages down to Caochuang as quickly as possible. From the corner of his eye, Anderson could see that the old bandit chief Liu was silently fuming over the outcome. This worried Anderson. While both the other bandit chiefs and the representatives from the Chinese side exchanged handshakes and accolades, Anderson signaled to Powell to ride up to the temple and prepare the remaining hostages to leave. Anderson feared that a renegade band led by Liu would disrupt the release of the foreigners. To ensure the quick evacuation, Anderson had readied 8 two-man sedan chairs, with plenty of coolie reliefs. On their way down the mountain from the Temple of the Clouds, the remaining 8 foreign hostages stopped to bid farewell to an exultant Sun and the fan bandits. They wanted to take photographs and to drink one last celebratory shot of some shoe together. Pinger, Friedman, Rowlett, Solomon, and even Musso welcomed the opportunity for a final drink with these gentlemen of the hills. Anderson did not. Neither did Professor Hung and Chi Chung, who looked on as they wondered about their own uncertain predicament. Anderson tried to usher the foreign captives back in the sedan chairs and out of bandit territory. He was a calm man, but he had no more patience for clowning around. He desperately wanted to get the hostages past the military lines before sunset. "Don't you want to be liberated?" Anderson called out loudly. He was dumbfounded that such camaraderie should exist between the hostages and the bandits. "Let's get the hell out of here." They all got the message, and with much haste said their goodbyes to the bandit chiefs. But then Major Pinger noticed that Hung and Chi Chung were not provided sedan chairs, so he decided to join them on foot. Pinger could tell that they were very anxious because they were not sure if they were allowed to go. "Just consider yourself one of us. Walk with us. We'll take care of you somehow," said Major Pinger. No sooner were they on the move than Popo Liu caught up to them and stopped the procession of sedan chairs. He then yelled at the 2 interpreters in Chinese. "He says I must go back," said Chi Chung. "Pay no attention to him, Chung," said Pinger. Liu didn't even have his firearm with him. Musso then intervened in Chinese and told the old bandit chief that a special arrangement had been worked out so that the departing foreigners were entitled to 2 interpreters up to the military lines. At the military lines, the interpreters would go back up the mountain. If he didn't believe them, Musso suggested that escorts accompany them to the military lines to find out. None of this was true, of course. Liu called Musso's bluff. He ordered a few of his trusted henchmen to follow the interpreters to make sure they didn't flee with the foreign hostages. Yet as soon as they arrived at the military lines, the half-dozen bandit escorts sent by Liu found themselves facing down the rifles of 2 companies of Chinese soldiers. Seeing that the bandits were outgunned, the foreigners started yelling in unison for Hung and Zheng to run past the military lines with them to safety. The 2 interpreters sprinted to freedom. Realizing that they had been hoodwinked, the bandit escorts simply smiled, turned, and galloped back to the hills. The foreigners cheered. "It was all or none!" they shouted in agreement. Around 8 o'clock that evening, 37 days after the start of their ordeal, the last 8 foreign hostages from the Peking Express arrived at Zhaochuang. A crowd of friendly and curious faces, Chinese and foreign, soldiers and onlookers, greeted the bedraggled men as they entered the mining compound. After more than 5 weeks in captivity, all had unshaven faces, unkempt hair, and grubby clothes. The grunting, sweating coolies carefully lowered the sedan chairs to the ground. Italian Consul Ferraiolo and Dr. Mertens greeted the ailing Musso, helping to lift him out of the sedan chair and onto his feet. French Consul Crépin approached the younger Gensberger, a French protégé, handing him clothes and letters from his family. Tours took aside Rowlett, his fellow Brit, offering him a cigarette. American diplomats Davis and Falloon joined the larger crowd of American ex-captives as they cheered Anderson and Powell for brokering their release. Despite their earlier bickering, the other diplomats, Tours, Crépin, and Ferraiolo, all thanked Anderson for his efforts on behalf of their citizens. Davis was also highly complimentary of Anderson, finding that he displayed fearlessness, resourcefulness, impartiality, and a thorough knowledge of Chinese character, and that the Chinese officials looked to him for leadership and, together with the bandits themselves, have evidenced the strongest belief in his ability and good faith. The captives took turns bathing in the Seoul bathtub at the mining company, a bit of a modern luxury in the middle of nowhere. A hot bath and a shave did wonders for their appearances and spirits. They also changed into a fresh set of clothes previously sent to Zhaochuang by their families. Most of the items hung from their bodies because everyone had lost weight during the weeks in captivity. The diplomats hosted the former captives, plus Hung and Zheng, with their first real dinner since the holdup. They admired this savory meal cooked in the mining company's kitchen, as well as the dishes, silverware, and linen that adorned the tables. They joked about how nobody was eating out of a tin can, cooking over a campfire, or having local critter cuisine. Nor did they worry that one of the bandits would come over and pilfer their grub. They expressed much gratitude toward Carl Crow and the American Rescue Mission for having kept them all remarkably well-fed and connected with loved ones, thanks to the Peking Express and its mail service. It was Powell who reminded the group that their job wasn't over. Although they were now enjoying freedom, something must be done for the remaining Chinese captives and, even more urgently, for the kidnapped children who were languishing at the top of Baozi-ku. They all agreed. Anderson vowed to raise the issue with Marshal Zhao Kun. Powell and Crow said that they would not only publicize the plight of the Chinese captives in the media, but would also rally business leaders to call for the release of the remaining hostages. Zheng also offered to garner support from his colleagues at China Merchants and from the larger Shanghai business community. About midnight, after much drinking and eating, the former hostages all headed for a single sleeper car in the mining compound's rail yard to get a few hours of rest. Powell took an upper bunk in the carriage, much as he had on the night of the derailment. As he stared at the ceiling, it finally dawned on him that he was no longer in a bandit camp. There would be no further beatings, no more gunfire from pursuing troops, no more marching across the countryside. Never again would he have to worry about the menacing Straw Hat or other trigger-happy teen bandits. But, in a strange way, he knew he would also miss the comradeship of his fellow hostages, not to mention the friendlier bandits and the moments of unforgettable entertainment they provided, including Rusky's Russian ballads. He grinned as he thought about his cowboy-like mule rides up and down the mountain. Friedman had called him a hero at dinner, but he didn't see himself that way. Powell heaved a sigh of relief. He knew he had lived through what would be the most unforgettable experience of his life. Baozuku Mountain, for all the hell he endured there, was indeed one of the prettiest places he had ever seen. His eyes welled up with emotion as he considered how close he had come to death. It was a miracle that he survived. As he slowly dozed off, he thought of nothing but his family in Shanghai, and how badly he wanted to be reunited with them. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a mine-engine locomotive hooked up to the sleeper car with a noticeable thump. It barely woke Powell and the other exhausted ex-hostages. The locomotive and carriage then lurched forward through the rail yard and the compound's open railway gates, which clanged shut as it passed. Despite the jolts and motion of the train, Powell turned over to sleep again for the 30-minute ride from Caochuang to Lincheng. There, he would catch the early morning train south to Shanghai. Finally, he was going home. Chapter 22. A Palace Coup. The Lincheng incident has served to bring strongly to the attention of the civilized world the utter collapse of government in China. Failure to read or write the handwriting on the wall will inevitably lead to the occurrence of some further and greater tragedy that will shock the world. John K. Davis, American Consul, June 12, 1923. June 13, 1923. Shanghai Nanking Railway Station to Tianjin Central Station. The crowd of thousands that greeted the former captives in Shanghai was the largest the city had ever seen. As the train drew into the Shanghai Nanking Railway Station, the same station from which they started their journey on May 5th, the Russian cadet band, courtesy of Shanghai's prestigious Astor House Hotel, played Handel's See, the Conquering Hero Comes. A sea of well-wishers washed over the blue steel train as it slowly came into the bay platform with its steam brakes hissing. Photographers held aloft dozens of T-shaped flash lamps to illuminate the scene for both the still and motion picture cameras that were registering every move of the former captives. The intense brilliant light of the magnesium flash powder gave off a loud whoosh of white smoke and vapor, delighting the celebratory crowds. Ex-captive Larry Lairbos had come out to meet the train, as had dozens of other journalists eager to get the story. Powell was greeted by his wife Martha, 4-year-old son John William, and 9-year-old daughter Martha. His sister Margaret, who had taken the reins of the Weekly Review during his captivity, was also waiting at the station. To the delight of his family, Powell was quickly pulled away and hoisted on the shoulders of friends. His efforts to broker a deal had been well documented in the press. The entire Italian community of Shanghai came out to greet their favored son, Musso, their Capitano di Industria il Commendatore. Musso had lost much weight and looked aged, worn, and ragged, with gray patches of stubble on his face. He wanted to show his comrades that he could walk on his own, and he did so with the aid of crutches, all the while smiling for well-wishers. Eddie Elias, Victor Heimovich, Alfred Zimmerman, and Theo Safier were there to meet Freddie Elias and Emil Gensberger as they stepped off the train. The Shanghai cousins were back together again. Leon Friedman emerged from the train to find the complete staff of China Motors waiting for him. They had arrived at the station in multiple fancy motor cars, knowing that Friedman would approve of this opportunity to show off the inventory. Friedman was clean-shaven, and he looked his usual hale and cheerful self, according to the pressman. As he tried to get his arms around one of several beautiful women who were in his welcoming party, a reporter asked Friedman how the bandits had treated him. "They feared me," he said jokingly, as he smiled, stood tall, and puffed out his chest. more to impress the women than the newspapermen calling out the questions. Whereas Powell, Friedman, Musso, and others traveled south to reach their homes in Shanghai, Pinger, Anderson, and Rowlett headed north. Anderson's destination was his home in Peking, and Rowlett lived in Tianjin. Pinger was on his way to Tianjin as well to reunite with his family and Allen's family, who were together waiting for him there. Unlike in Shanghai, there were no large crowds, musical bands, or reporters to greet the released hostages as they arrived in Tianjin. But the scene at the central station was no less chaotic. There was great commotion on one of the adjoining side tracks. Army troops had surrounded a train car. "That's President Lee's train car," said Anderson. "Something serious is happening." Anderson had been so far away from Peking and so busy with negotiations that he had no idea that a political crisis was underway. The President of the Republic, Li Yunhong, was effectively under siege. His entire cabinet had resigned. Several factors contributed to the downfall of Li's government, including economic instability, massive student-led street demonstrations, and threats from various warlords. But the Lincheng incident was the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. As the bandit outrage unfolded, the Li government had struggled to come up with a cohesive and decisive strategy to secure the release of the captives. President Li looked both incompetent and weak in the eyes of Chinese power players for failing to stand up to the foreign powers who persistently dictated ultimatums and threats about the safe return of the hostages. The politically embattled President Li had to face the reality that his primary supporter, Marshal Zhao Gun, was demanding his resignation. In fact, Zhao had engineered a coup to give himself the opportunity to replace Li. As Li departed Peking on June 12th, he sent a letter to the diplomatic corps stating that he was leaving for Tianjin because he could not freely exercise his functions as president. It was unclear if this meant that he had given up his power. As their train stopped, Pinger and Rowlett did not stick around to watch this presidential crisis unfold. Instead, they raced out to see their families and friends and were quickly whisked away in motor cars. After bidding the men farewell, Anderson mulled around the station waiting for the train to take him home to Peking. He took the opportunity to approach several soldiers on the platform. "Why are you holding President Li?" he asked. "He's a fugitive," replied one soldier. On the orders of Zhao, Li had been detained in his private train car for 12 hours by a cordon of troops. Zhao wanted his hands on the official seals of the presidential office, which had gone missing. Only the holder of the seals could exercise the powers of the presidency. Evidently, Li's wife had concealed the presidential seals under her dress while she was hiding at a French hospital in Peking. Li had left the official presidential seals in Madame Li's custody with strict instructions not to deliver them to anyone without his authorization. In the end, a deal was made to release Li's train in exchange for the presidential seals. When President Li reached his private residence in the foreign concession of Tianjin at 4:30 in the morning, he dispatched several telegrams confirming his resignation. Li's wife then released the seals in the early morning hours of June 14th. Zhao's allies took control of the seals and informed the press that they were exercising the powers of the presidency. The coup was completed. Anderson felt a deep sense of unease, the weight of his personal commitment to the bandit chiefs on his mind. The warlord intrigue dominating Peking was baffling. The only consolation he had was that his benefactor, Zhao, still nominally held the reins of the government. But Anderson knew better than anyone that Zhao could be scheming and volatile. Something told him that he needed to watch his back in the months ahead. Despite the fact that the remaining 8 foreigners and 2 interpreters had been released, scores of Chinese prisoners remained in captivity. The remaining Chinese prisoners were purportedly of financial means, and the professional bandits led by populist continued to hold them in the hope of receiving ransom payments. "Now that the foreigners have been let go," wrote one Chinese captive, Nobody bothers any more about us. Led by the former foreign captives, loud protests were made to the military and civilian governors of Shantung and Dezhou, demanding immediate action to the effect the release of the remaining prisoners at Baozuku. After almost 2 months of captivity, the Chinese passengers of the Peking Express were released on June 25th under a deal brokered by a local magistrate. Several months later, and as a result of the media attention and public outcry, the Baozuku children were eventually removed from the top of the mountain by the Catholic and Presbyterian missionaries, and either returned to their families if they could be located, or placed in the care of mission schools. Chapter 23. Betrayal. Sun Mei-yao was a notorious bandit leader. He was responsible for the Lincheng outrage, in connection with which Chinese and foreigners were kidnapped to bring pressure to bear upon the government. No robbers in history have done so much harm to the country as Sun Mei-yao. The dishonor and loss of dignity suffered by the country fills one with indignation. Proclamation. Shantung Military, December 20th, 1923. June to December 1923. Lincheng, Shantung Province. Following the signing of the Lincheng Accords in June, 2,700 members of the Baozuku bandit gang were incorporated into the new brigade, with Sun Mei-yao as brigadier general, and with the fan bandits Zhou and Guo as colonels and commanders of 2 regiments. The new brigade was stationed in Lincheng and tasked with keeping order and security in the region. General Zheng Shiqi, the military governor of Shantung, who replaced the much-hated General Tian, and who was also at the table during the final rounds of negotiations, was piqued from the start by the brash Sun and quietly plotted revenge against the bandit chief. Zheng's strategy was to keep Sun and his associates on a short leash, and then look for the first excuse to disband the new brigade and punish its members. The sins of Lincheng had been too great to ignore. The highly publicized hostage standoff had been a stain upon China's national honor, and its military was humiliated by having to enroll thousands of bandits into the army. Zheng was determined to take steps to provoke Sun to commit offenses that could give him a pretext to have the ex-bandit arrested. A trusted ally of Zheng, Colonel Wu Ko-chang, was stationed at Zhaochuang to keep an eye on Sun and the new brigade. Sun despised Wu, knowing full well that he was Zheng's spy. Almost immediately after the new brigade was formed, there were several incidents that justified Sun's removal. To begin with, he refused to surrender captured firearms to the local government armory. He snubbed this request, believing that the weapons were recovered by the new brigade under his leadership and should be kept in his control. Sun also refused to engage in suppression operations against bandit groups south of Zhaochuang at the Jiangsu-Shantung border. He would not lead attacks against men who had formerly been his brothers in arms. Worse, Sun had difficulty controlling his own troops, who began harassing the local villagers, eating their food and running roughshod over their homes. Many in Sun's brigade were extorting from the farmers and the merchants just as they had done before, the very same tactics employed by General Tian's troops. Wu viewed Sun's actions as an intention to rebel, and reported this mutinous activity to Zheng, who, in turn, issued a secret order for the capture of Sun and the disbandment of the irredeemable new brigade. As soon as the tall Gaoliang was cut to reduce the hiding places in the fields, Zheng planned to send in his troops to wipe out this gang of soldier bandits. In early December, he quietly moved 7,000 troops into Lincheng and Zhaochuang under the command of the loyal commander Zhang Peizhong. The idea was to surround the new brigade with such a massive show of force that it would have no choice but to surrender. In the meantime, the fan bandits, Zhou and Guo, could see that Sun was being unnecessarily antagonistic toward Wu, creating problems for himself and the new brigade. They realized that Sun was a target and that it was in their best interest to distance themselves from him and maintain a cordial relationship with Wu. To save their own skins, Zhou and Guo agreed to cooperate with Zhang and Wu, and to offer no resistance to a planned arrest of Sun and the disbandment of their 2 regiments. For their cooperation, Cho and Guo would retain their positions as colonels and eventually be promoted to the position of inspectors by the government forces. On December 19th, Zhang invited Sun and other senior officers of the new brigade to dinner at the Caochuang mining compound. The ruse was an opportunity to meet and discuss the security situation in the district. As they gathered in the dining room at Caochuang's administrative building, Sun began to brief the visiting Zhang on the new brigade's activities and also to report, from his perspective, the challenges he was having with Wu. After listening to Sun's iteration of his efforts, Zhang bluntly asked Sun why he refused to take orders to suppress bandit activity in the region. Sun balked at the idea of arresting and executing the local bandits, for many of them were from nearby communities and had been his supporters during the Lincheng incident. Zhang scoffed at Sun's self-serving comments. As Zhang and Sun debated the efforts of the new brigade, Colonel Wu sat quietly. Sun could see that Wu had obviously been conniving against him, and that he had gone behind Sun's back to report the events in the district in a manner that would make Sun look undisciplined. As expected, Zhang took Sun's defiance as an act of mutiny, the excuse that Shantung authorities needed to act against him and his band. Zhang waited for Sun to end his tirade and then let out a deep sigh. "No, sir. Your ongoing lawless acts have disturbed the peace of the district, and, by taking foreigners hostage, you have brought great harm and dishonor to the Chinese people in the eyes of the world," Zhang said, slowly and deliberately. "You, as the ringleader, yesterday and today, are to be held accountable." Sun scoffed at Zhang's lecturing, but he must have begun to see the direction of the conversation. Why was he bringing up the Lincheng incident again? Was I not pardoned? Sun wondered. As he looked around the table and dining hall, Sun could see that the room was lined with armed troops, guns readied. Guo and Zhou, seated at the table, never spoke up to offer support, and never looked at Sun directly. This is all a setup, Sun realized. As he slowly stood up from the table, Sun and his bodyguards seated nearby were immediately surrounded and disarmed by the regular troops. Sun didn't even have a chance to unholster his sidearm. Word spread within the Caochuang mining community, and the regular troops quickly encircled the neutralized scores of Sun's followers, who were eating dinner in a separate canteen. The troops dragged 10 members of Sun's entourage who showed resistance to the courtyard, and summarily shot them in the back of the head. Sun could hear the screams of his compatriots. He stood before Zhang, begging for a chance to explain himself, as the troops tied his arms behind his back. He even begged to talk with the American fixer, Roy Anderson, who had guaranteed his safety. The troops then forced a strip of cloth in Sun's mouth, gagging him as they tightly tied it behind his head. His face became deep red from the struggle. All talk was over. There was nothing to discuss. Sun was hauled out into the compound courtyard in full view of Guo and Zhou, who were standing idle and, as he could see, not under guard. They said nothing. "Traitors! Traitors!" Sun kept trying to yell out, but only a muffled noise was heard. Once in the courtyard, Sun saw on the ground the lifeless, freshly bleeding bodies of his bodyguard and fellow comrades at arms. As he moved across the courtyard, he came face to face with Wu. Sun was then forced down to his knees, arms behind his back. The blood drained rapidly from his face. Bound and gagged, he let out muffled yells and screams to no avail. As the troops stepped away, all he could do was stare straight ahead, biting on the now-soaked cloth gag. His eyes welled with tears. He knew exactly what was coming. Wu, stepping to the side, swiftly beheaded the kneeling Sun, using his officer's sword. As Sun's body and still gagged severed head hit the ground, silence fell over the courtyard, until a voice pierced through the quiet. Let this be a warning to all. Acts of lawlessness will never go unpunished, Zhang said. Sun's severed head was rolled in dirt to conceal the blood, and was then placed in a basket for transport to Xinan for public exhibition in the provincial capital. The other dead New Brigade members were propped up against a wall. Photographers were on hand to document the executions. Guo and Zhou would order the troops under their command to peacefully surrender. In a deal cut beforehand, the soldiers of the Fan Bandits regiments would receive 3 months' pay and an additional amount for each rifle surrendered. The bandit soldiers were further required to produce documentation from guarantors, including members of the gentry or family members, to demonstrate that, once disbanded, they would find work and not break the law. Those who could not produce sufficient documentation were imprisoned. Anyone who resisted the disbandment was summarily executed, a number that was reported to exceed 600 soldier bandits. A proclamation was posted on the city gates and railway stations on December 20th, which was evidently drawn up for the purpose of justifying Sun's execution. Some members of the new brigade surrendered. Others fled. Sun's younger brother, Sun Mei-yao, a battalion commander, had disappeared along with 3 new brigade commanders. On January 7, 1924, district magistrates in southern Shantung ordered warrants for their arrests. After Sun's execution, the professional bandits working the Baozugu district had nowhere to hide and no one to protect them. Their key ally had been executed. Liu and other professional bandits under Sun's protection knew that it was time to run. Roy Anderson became physically sick when he was told about the trickery that led to the execution of Sun and hundreds of his bandit army. He had staked his name when he signed the agreement, guaranteeing that the Chinese government would uphold its end of the bargain. But that guarantee had turned into a blood-drenched sham. After decades of being a trusted advisor to warlords and foreign governments alike, Anderson thought that his life's work in China, along with his credibility, had been violated. It was his name on the guarantee, not Zhao Kun's. Anderson felt a sense of betrayal by his purported ally and now the new leader of the country. The American fixer began to think that this had all been a game, that he had been used by Zhao to cut a deal with the bandits for the release of the foreign hostages, only to discredit the leadership of President Li Yuanhong, so that Zhao could oust him from office. In time, Zhao's own duplicity would be his undoing. Sure enough, Zhao would last only 1 year in office as president until rival factions turned against him. He was imprisoned by one of his own generals. The betrayal of the bandits also put Anderson's safety at risk. Shortly after the death of Sun, an attempt was made on Anderson's life as he slept in a compartment on a train from Nanking to Shanghai. Several unknown men tried to strangle him, but Anderson was able to fight them off and call for help. The assailants were never identified or caught, but Anderson's enemies were many. Rumors reflected a connection to the disgraced warlord Tian. Others thought that the assailants were remnants of Sun's gang. Shaken, yet mostly unharmed, Anderson never reported the incident for fear that it would tarnish his reputation as an impartial mediator in Chinese politics. He and his wife decided to spend a few months in America, hoping that things would cool off. Anderson returned to China in 1924 and resumed his business activities. Yet the attack on the train from Nanking to Shanghai proved to be prescient of what was to come. On March 12, 1925, Anderson died unexpectedly at St. Michael's Hospital in Peking, under suspicious circumstances. He was just 42 years old and apparently in good health. The cause of death was cited as from the effects of pneumonia, but he had not been ill, and his death was never fully explained. His wife suspected foul play, believing that he had been assassinated by some powerful person in China who either sought revenge for some past action by Anderson or viewed his influence as a threat. His life was not in danger from illness, but from enemies in China, Julia Anderson insisted. The American legation ordered its staff to enter Anderson's home in Peking and gather 5 parcels of Anderson's papers, which were sealed and taken into custody. Although no reason was given, Anderson's role as an advisor to the United States and to various Chinese warlords and governments meant that he likely had many secrets worth protecting. Commander Zhang sent each of the ex-hostages who lived in China a photograph showing the sprawled and bloody bodies of the new brigade members, all propped up against the walls of Zhaochuang. Zhang thought that the ex-hostages would be pleased to see the photographs, but the former captives were repelled and horrified. This was not the outcome they had envisioned. They had lived with the bandits for 6 weeks and developed a level of respect and empathy for at least some of their captors, whose circumstances and living conditions were pitiful. But the ex-hostages' feelings and those of Anderson had no bearing on Cheng's course. By February 1924, all of the leaders of the new brigade had been captured and neutralized, and many of the bandits who had not joined the army were also rounded up. Liu Shouting, the infamous Popo Liu, tried to escape from the Lincheng area, but was captured in late December by the Chinese army, along with 2 other bandit sub-chiefs. After a hasty military trial, they were all sentenced to death by the sword. Though not contesting his death sentence, Liu begged Zhang to allow him to die by gunshot or hanging rather than beheading, stating that he was a soldier and deserved to die with dignity. Decapitation was viewed as the most disgraceful kind of death because the head, which is the principal part of a man, was separated from the body, and the body was not consigned to the grave whole as at the time of birth. Zhang bluntly denied the old bandit chief's request, and Liu and his associates were executed on January 21st. The severed heads were sent to the district seat for public exhibition, and the bodies were thrown into a ditch to be scattered by marauding dogs and the elements, the law having deemed them unworthy of regular funeral rites. Justice had been served. Warlord justice. Epilogue. The Myth and Memory of Lin Cheng. It took more than one man to change my name to Shanghai Lily. Marlene Dietrich, Shanghai Express, 1932. After 1923. Many more years would pass, and much more blood would be spilled, before the lawlessness, corruption, and disorder that led to the Lincheng incident would finally subside in China. Warlords continued to plunder the countryside and massacre one another, and there would be more bold and ruthless bandit outrages, even if none ever captured the world's attention quite like the raid on the Peking Express. In the years to come, the presence of foreign interests in China continued to be an imperfect, if not self-serving, attempt at bringing about some level of order and stability through education, religion, infrastructure, technology, information, and commercial investments. But foreign intervention and control, real or perceived, had the effect of placing strain on China's sovereignty and self-determination as a nation-state. After forcing the removal of President Li Yuanhong, Zhao Kun was overthrown as president in 1924 in a coup manipulated by his former ally, General Feng Yuxiang, the Christian general. Zhao was imprisoned until Feng's forces were driven out of Peking in April 1926. In the meantime, Sun Yat-sen courted the support of the Soviet Union, but passed away from cancer in 1925, while en route to Peking to strike an alliance with the Manchurian warlord Zhang Zuolin to overthrow the Zhili clique of Zhao and Feng. The revolving door of militarist rules all contending for power continued, and once again the central government ceased to exist until prevailing military leaders could fill the gap. The Kuomintang forces of Chiang Kai-shek's Nationalist Party advanced northward, marching toward Peking in the summer of 1926. Chiang Kai-shek seized the leadership of the Kuomintang, cut off ties with the Soviet Union in 1927, and ultimately captured Peking in 1928, ushering in a brief period of stability before the Japanese invasion in 1937, referred to as the Nanking Decade. One of the people closely following the Lincheng incident was the young Chinese communist leader Mao Zedong. In one of his first public speeches, at the Hunan Peasant Congress in December 1926, Mao specifically cited the event as an example of starving peasants rioting against the imperialist warlords and feudal classes. Mao relied upon the peasant class for his rise to power, and although he admired Sun Mei-yao's ability to mobilize the people, he viewed the organizers of the Lincheng incident as having lacked a unifying political strategy, which, he argued, is why they could never achieve anything of great significance. What was needed was a true political party to dig up the political foundations of the warlords and develop the organization of the masses in order to lead the peasant revolution. The Lincheng incident has become a mere footnote in history, having been overwhelmed by the sweeping tides of the Japanese invasion of China, World War II, the Chinese Civil War and Communist takeover, the Cold War, the Cultural Revolution, and China's opening to the West. But the Lincheng incident still has lessons for the present. The deep economic divide in the years before and after the holdup of the Peking Express made it possible for those in power to take advantage of the poor and for corruption to take root. Today, economic inequality and systemic corruption continue to bedevil the leadership in power, just as in 1923. China's contemporary warlords, up and down the government and state sector hierarchy, continue to plunder the country's wealth and opportunities at the expense of the powerless, notwithstanding the periodic, yet politically driven, reforms and crackdowns on corruption. One of the first significant casualties of the Lincheng incident was the postponement of talks to abolish the system of extraterritoriality in China. This was an important issue for Chinese people of all political persuasions, given that the continued imposition of extraterritoriality, whereby foreign subjects were exempt from local jurisdiction, was perceived as an egregious infringement of sovereignty. This vestige of colonialism, many thought, had to go. Just days before the Lincheng incident, the foreign powers and China had agreed upon the date of November 1, 1923, for a meeting in Peking of the Commission on Extraterritoriality in China to move forward with abolishment. Further delay would be demoralizing, yet there was strong opposition given the ongoing negotiations to release the Lincheng hostages. As U.S. Minister Sherman wrote at the time, "The opinion of the foreign community in China is overwhelmingly, I believe unanimously, opposed to the coming of the Commission at the present time, and the Lincheng outrage has strengthened their opposition." One view was that China was a battlefield of military factions, incapable of securing the countryside and developing and enforcing a predictable rule of law. Others claimed that the Chinese embryonic legal institutions could not be trusted and that the horrors of Chinese prisons, torture, and punishment were too vivid to ignore. The Chinese government pushed back on the postponement, insisting that the relinquishment of extraterritorial privileges was distinct from the Lincheng incident and that the citizens of China expect an early restoration of the rights of extraterritoriality. Peking believed that the Commission should move forward, consistent with treaty obligations, and that, even if one or two powers refused to talk about giving up extraterritoriality, the Chinese people must exert all the more efforts to secure it and the equality it represents. The work of the Commission on Extraterritoriality was postponed repeatedly, and not until almost 20 years after the Lincheng incident, in January of 1943, did the foreign powers formally abandon the system, and only after compelled to do so with the world in a state of war. Successive Chinese governments struggled with how best to address and pay for the monetary claims lodged by the victims of the Lincheng incident. Many commentators believed that the Chinese government should not be held responsible, for this was not an act by the state, but by criminals. At the same time, the claimants and foreign governments believed that the Chinese government, including at the national and provincial levels, was to blame because the bandits had largely come from the ranks of the military and were uncompensated, disgruntled former soldiers. On February 23, 1925, the Chinese government relented, paying a sum of $351,568 to settle the demands of the foreign claimants. Whether or not the Japanese government had an actual hand in the robbery of the Peking Express has never been conclusively established. Although there was evidence that Japanese passengers were somehow aware of the train robbery in advance, and many signs that Japan stood to gain politically from the affair, even the U.S. State Department saw such a plot by the Japanese as unlikely. Yet Japan continued to nurse territorial ambitions in East Asia. In 1936, the Japanese refused further participation in the arms limitations agreements that had been signed during the Washington Conference. Shortly thereafter, Japan invaded China and other parts of the Asia-Pacific, committing unspeakable atrocities on both the native populations and the many foreigners who had come to China to live and work. Most of the bandit chiefs and sub-chiefs, other than the conniving fan bandits Guo and Zhou, met the same grisly fate as Sun Mei-yao and populist. Yet some escaped. A few were actually offered jobs by their former hostages. Rusky, the singing bandit, traded his rifle for a horse and then headed to Shanghai to work for former captive Li Solomon. Shortly thereafter, he was recognized in Shanghai by the British authorities and arrested and charged with murder and banditry. Solomon and other American friends worked to have him released. Rusky eventually married a Russian woman and had 2 children with her. The bandit Big Lip snuck through the military cordon and, with money from Leon Friedman, made his way down to Shanghai to work for Friedman's China Motors Company. Friedman took a liking to the hard-working young bandit, who had proved himself by running errands for Friedman while Friedman was in captivity. There was something in Big Lip's work ethic that Friedman viewed as a reflection of his own upbringing. The former bandit remained in the employ of Friedman for almost 2 decades. The Frenchman, the independent-minded bandit sub-chief, was not interested in joining Sun Mei-yao's army or continuing the life of a bandit, and he disappeared into the night on the final day of negotiations. Although it's unknown where he went, the former captives speculate that he made his way to France to build a new life for himself. The prisoners, interlocutors, and rescuers went on with their lives. Some wrote and talked about their experiences, whereas others chose not to relive the situation. John B. Powell returned to his office at the Weekly Review, which was later renamed the China Weekly Review, at 4 Avenue Edward VII, Shanghai. He wrote extensively about the Lincheng incident and its impact on China's relationship with the world. Powell was the keynote speaker at the annual dinner of the American Chamber of Commerce in Shanghai on June 29, 1923, and used the opportunity to thank the Chamber for supporting the American Rescue Mission on behalf of all the captives. Powell was well connected with the nationalist government leadership, and even received an invitation to attend the wedding of General Chiang Kai-shek to Mei Ling-sung on December 1, 1927, at the storied Majestic Hotel in Shanghai. In 1937, the Japanese invaded Shanghai. Powell, who had written scathing editorials decrying Japanese aggression, earning him the moniker of Public Enemy No. 1, was captured in 1941 and so badly tortured by the Japanese in prison that both his feet eventually had to be amputated. While behind bars in the infamous Bridge House prison in Shanghai, Powell recognized one of the other prisoners, Eddie Elias, a fellow hostage from the Peking Express 20 years earlier. Powell extended his hand to him, saying, "I prefer Chinese bandits to these scoundrels." When finally released by the Japanese in 1942, Powell weighed just 75 pounds. He provided testimony of his treatment at the hands of the Japanese to the U.S. War Crimes Office in February 1945. Powell wrote a book about his experiences in China titled My 25 Years in China, published in 1945. Lucy Aldrich left China shortly after her release and wrote about her experience at Lincheng in A Weekend with Chinese Bandits, which was published in the November 1923 issue of the Atlantic Monthly. Minnie McFadden and Matilda Schoenberg prepared detailed first-person accounts of their thrilling capture and release by the bandits. For decades thereafter, The two loyal women remained in the employ of Aldrich as she traveled around the world seeking adventure and treasured artwork. Roy Scott Anderson, who led the negotiations for the release of the captives, was celebrated for his efforts at a luncheon at the Shanghai Union Club on August 19, 1923. After Anderson's death in 1925, the former Lincheng captives raised funds for the construction of a memorial monument at Anderson's grave in Peking. Leon Friedman acted as the treasurer for the fundraising and used his China Motors branch offices to generate and collect funds from the community. The former captives showered Anderson with much praise and accolades. Major Allen wrote to Secretary of State Hughes about the debt and praise and gratitude which we owe to that splendid American, Roy Anderson, who obtained our release from captivity. Carl Crow returned to his advertising business in Shanghai after the hostages were released. Many of the ex-hostages expressed their gratitude for Crow's crucial volunteer efforts with the American Rescue Mission and presented him with a silver shield at an event at the Union Club in Shanghai, presided over by John Powell. Crow's Baozuku bandit postage stamps, which were popular with the captives and adorned the hundreds of outbound letters to family and friends around the world, became a serious collector's item. When Reginald Rowlett, while still in captivity, requested that the British legation on his behalf send a telegram to King George V on his birthday, June 3rd, British Minister Maclay suggested that they send the king some of the bandit stamps. It occurred to me that the king might be interested, as a philatelist, in having specimens of the brigand mail stamps, although they are not official. If Tours can't get any more, I have one which I could spare. Someplace in King George V's archives might actually be one of the Baozuku bandit postage stamps. On August 14, 1937, also known as Bloody Saturday, Crow was blown out of his chair when Japanese aircraft bombed the Bund in Shanghai. Crow survived the bombing, but was placed on Japan's most wanted list. He thought it best to leave China after 25 years, returning to the United States. Leon Friedman continued to operate China Motors Federal in Shanghai. Following his release from captivity, one of Leon's first acts was to send contributions to Father Wilhelm Lenfers and local Presbyterian missionaries for their unselfish support and care during the incident. Leon sold off his China assets before the communist takeover in 1949 and moved to Los Gatos, California, and became somewhat of a gentleman rancher, owning a house with an orchard full of fruit trees. From his barnstorming days and time in China, including his time in captivity in Baozuku, Friedman kept a trove of newspaper clippings and other materials, giving much color to his extraordinary life. After his escape, Lloyd Larry Lerbas was on assignment in Zhaochuang for the duration of the affair, writing extensively about the march to Baozuku, troop movements, and life for the captives in the bandit camps. Lerbas remained a journalist in China and worked later for the Associated Press and the International News Service as a foreign correspondent, serving in Europe, Asia, New York, and Washington. Lerbas covered the Sino-Japanese War and traveled to Warsaw, arriving just in time to report on the first German air raid. In February of 1942, he received a commission as a lieutenant colonel in the Army and was appointed as General Douglas MacArthur's aide-de-camp and public relations advisor. Lerbas would be immortalized in a legendary photo with MacArthur, wading ashore on his return to the Philippines during World War II. Father Wilhelm Lenfers continued to serve the Lincheng community until, in 1927, he left China after 31 years. The former captives collectively donated money to Lenfers' church as a token of their appreciation for the work of the Catholic mission. After a quarter-century in China, Giuseppe Domenico Musso left Shanghai for Italy in 1926, and with his eldest son, produced propaganda films for the fascist regime of Benito Mussolini. In 1926, he published a well-recognized two-volume treatise, La Cina ed I Cinesi, Loro leggi e costumi, China and the Chinese, Their Laws and Customs, which he had been writing at the time of the holdup of the express train, including a description of Sun Mei-yao and his bandit gang. Roland W. Pinger and his family moved to the Bay Area after his release. He worked in the Office of Ordnance in the War Department in Washington and was promoted to colonel, serving in World War II. Colonel Pinger retired from the Army in 1944 and returned to the University of California as a professor of engineering. Over the years, Pinger would write a detailed memoir of his 37 days of captivity, providing an exhaustive insider's recollection of the events and daily life at the bandit camps. He also kept the Sap Club sign, Miriam's ivory-handled button-hook, Roland's red-silk padded Chinese coat, the brass and bone-handled knife given to him by Bandit Rusky, and a custom-made tapestry carpet depicting scenes from the Lin Chung incident that he had made in Peking after his release from captivity. Roland Pinger Jr., who was 9 years old at the time of the train robbery, would later in life tell his own young children the story of his remarkable journey through the countryside in the land of the Chinese bandits. Major Robert Allen returned to the United States with his wife and son, left the Army, and resumed the practice of medicine. He wrote a diary of his 25 days in captivity, giving his candid assessment of the personalities, qualities, and character flaws of certain fellow captives and the bandits who held them hostage. The Shanghai cousins continued to thrive in China until the Japanese invasion. Edward Eddie Elias would later become a British undercover agent of the Oriental Mission of the British Special Operations Executive in Shanghai. In January 1942, he was arrested by the Japanese forces and imprisoned in the infamous Bridge House Prison and Interrogation Center in Shanghai, where he was tortured and where he ran into his old friend John Powell. Eddie was finally released in October 1943. Frederick Freddie Elias returned to Shanghai and, together with his brother and his father Reuben, developed Hague Court, a luxury apartment block on Hague Avenue in Shanghai, where they lived until leaving Shanghai. Freddie had a reputation for high living and socializing and was a successful racehorse owner. Emil Gensberger, Theo Safier, Victor Heimovich, and Alfred Zimmerman would all thrive in China until World War II forced them to emigrate across the globe. Each of the Shanghai cousins prepared detailed accounts of their experiences from the time of the train holdup until their release or escape from captivity. The interpreter, Hung Shi-ji, returned to his position as a language professor in Nanking University and continued to socialize with his foreign friends in Shanghai. Kun Ji-chung returned to China merchants in Shanghai. At a dinner in Shanghai, sponsored by the French consulate on July 2, 1923, to honor those who had supported the captives, including Professor Hung and Zheng, the two men were recognized for the risk they took to support the captives as translators, negotiators, and in general as go-betweens between the bandit chiefs on behalf of the foreign hostages. Lee Solomon returned to Shanghai and continued to operate a company that produced mahjong sets for export to the United States. Solomon was very protective of former bandit Rusky, giving him a job in his company. One can only imagine that after a few shots of vodka, the two of them would be singing Russian ballads and traditional Chinese folk songs as they did together at the top of Baozuku Mountain. Recognizing the entertainment value of a train robbery by bandits set in exotic China, Hollywood released a movie very loosely based upon the Lin Chung incident, the 1932 film Shanghai Express, starring Marlene Dietrich, Clive Brook, and Anna May Wong. The screenwriters fiddled with many of the details of the historical event. The express train in the film is going southward from Peking to Shanghai, and it is seized not by bandits, but by the rebel forces of a powerful warlord. There is never any march to the mountains. Yet the essential story remains the same, and Shanghai Express became the highest-grossing film of 1932 and was nominated for the Best Picture and Best Director awards. Screenwriter Harry Hervey, who was considered an expert on Asian themes, wrote the script. In 1923, Hervey worked as a cruise ship director, traveling throughout Asia, and was inspired by the day-to-day media coverage surrounding the Lin Chung incident. It was during his time cruising the waters of Asia that he developed the characters for the movie. Dietrich's most famous line, "It took more than one man to change my name to Shanghai Lily," was never attributed to anyone involved in the actual Lin Chung incident. Though purely fictional, the film industry's ode to the Lin Chung incident is part of the quintessential lore surrounding this historical affair. Afterward. The Journey of the Peking Express. My path to writing The Peking Express is rooted in 3 decades of work as a lawyer and advisor in China, helping people navigate the political and legal complexities in the second-largest economy in the world. While I watched as China made tremendous strides economically, I also witnessed how the legal system had become more and more politicized. Over my career, I was repeatedly reminded that the law serves the politics and that detention is just another tool in the toolbox. Looking for historical patterns and lessons in the past on the use of detention for political reasons, I found myself in Chinese and foreign archives. I became fascinated by records concerning Republican-era suppression campaigns against groups of people, always branded as bandits, who engaged in kidnapping and other criminal activities for economic and political purposes. The Lin Chung incident stood out as a historical event that was both forgotten and never critically reviewed or fully understood. I started to learn more about the context surrounding this colorful episode. I immediately saw that it was more than a train robbery by disgruntled unpaid soldiers. It struck me as a story in which cultures, history, and circumstances collided. I did not set out to conduct an academic study or to write a white paper to encourage policy changes. Rather, I viewed the Lin Chung incident as a human story where lives were affected for generations and events became watershed moments that changed the course of history. To get deeper into the characters and circumstances, I set out to experience the environment and conditions that the characters in the Lin Chung incident lived through 100 years ago. Over the course of several years, this led to an odyssey of train rides, trekking across the countryside for miles on end. Living in Beijing, and just under 3 hours by high-speed rail from the Lin Chung area, I frequently found myself climbing mountains, exploring temples, and meeting wary government officials suspicious about inquiries into Shandong's checkered past. I discovered that many of the key landmarks of the story still exist today. I walked the streets and haunts of various characters who lived and worked in the foreign concessions of Shanghai, Beijing, and Tianjin. This included John B. Powell's office at the Great Northern Telegraph Company's former building on 4 Avenue Edward VII, 34 Yun'an East Road, Waitan, Huangpu Chu, which is now the Shanghai Telecom Museum, Shanghai Dianqing Boguan, and Leon Friedman's China Motors Building at 125 Bubbling Well Road, 702 Nanjing West Road, near the People's Park. In Beijing, I explored what remains of the Jingzhongbu Hudong, Shizhongbu Hudong, or Dongchengqu Shizhongbu Hudong, where Roy Anderson lived. No train story in China is complete without first visiting the former Shanghai Nanking Railway Station, which is now the Shanghai Railway Museum. Shanghai Tielu Boguan. This is where the Peking Express passengers started their journey. A feature of the museum is an all-steel passenger car made by the venerable Pressed Steel Car Company of the United States, the supplier of the all-steel express train cars of the Tianjin-Pukou line. Riding the rails to Nanjing, I explored the Pukou Railway Station, Pukou Huoche, on the north bank of the Yangtze River, across from the city of Nanjing, where the passengers crossed the river by ferry to the waiting sleeper cars bound for the north. I explored the old Lin Chung train station, built with cut stone and German technology in 1912, which is still standing strong and preserved at the Zhaozhuang West Railway Station, Zhaozhuang Xizhan, in Shandong Province. Lin Chung is a sub-district of the Yuecheng District, Zhaozhuang City. Zhaozhuang boasts a new train station that is serviced by the Beijing-Shanghai high-speed rail network. Today, a trip on the high-speed train between Shanghai and Beijing takes just under 5 hours to complete. Those who take the high-speed option from Shanghai to Beijing nonchalantly pass through Lincheng and Zhaozhuang City, without knowing the significance of the turbulent events that happened in the region a century ago. Nearby, I visited the large Lincheng Catholic Church and complex, where Father Lenfers lived and worked, which was heavily damaged during the Cultural Revolution, and is in crumbling condition on the grounds of the current Church of the Holy Spirit in Lincheng. 枣庄市水整区北岭乡天主堂. The Catholic priests at the compound maintain a number of books and photographs about Lenfers and his fellow European priests, who were well-known community figures in the early 20th century. I visited the cut-stone building of the Presbyterian mission run by the Reverend Carol Yerkes, who provided material support to the bandit camp in nearby Yixin. It continues to operate as a Christian church. Yixin is now the Yicheng district of Zhaozhuang City. I combed the countryside 8 li south of Lincheng on the old railroad line and walked the embankment and adjoining fields where the bandits derailed the train and started the trek eastward. Hiking around the site of the derailment on an active rail line, I heeded the good-natured warning of a railway guard to stay off the tracks as he photographed my every move. Getting into the weeds, I stumbled upon remnants of the ganger houses, rail worker dwellings, and farm structures, and the toppled-over millstones and grave mounds dotting the fields along the train tracks. Looking eastward, I walked in the direction the hostages took to the so-called Yellow Cow Mountain, where the bandits ran for the hills with booty and prisoners, which is actually 2 separate adjoining mountain tableaus referred to today as the Da Fu, Big Blessing, Mountains, Da Fu Shan, and the Apricot Mountains, Xingzi Yu Shan. I followed the spur line 12 miles east of Lincheng to the Zhaozhuang mining compound of Zhongxing Mining Company. Still in operation today, it is known as the Zhaozhuang Xin Zhongxing Industrial Company Limited, Zhaozhuang City, Zhaozhuang Xin Zhongxing, 事业有限责任公司. The compound and mines sustained heavy damage during World War II and China's Civil War, but are in remarkable condition today. Most of the compound walls and rail yards are gone, but the original office building used as the headquarters of the American Rescue Mission and the diplomatic representatives still exists. The mining company operates a small museum at the premises, but there is no mention of the Lincheng incident or the fact that its grounds were used as the execution site for Sun Mei-yao and his gang. From Zhaozhuang, I followed the path northward 5 miles to the so-called Dragon Door Temple, Kanquan Temple, Ganqian Chanci, which continues to operate as a Buddhist temple. It is surrounded by the villages where the hostages were held for their first 9 days of captivity, little changed from when they had their mongrel feast and where the singing bandit Rusky held his impromptu concert. Traversing the hilly countryside between Zhaozhuang and Baozugu, I followed the arduous paths and could only admire Powell's horsemanship as he made the hard ride back and forth to push the negotiations forward. I also marveled at the daily efforts of those extraordinary workers, whom the captives called coolies, who hauled the hefty Roy Anderson in a sedan chair and gave the hostages a lifeline of provisions and mail twice daily from the American Rescue Mission in Zhaozhuang. I even walked the 5 miles from the Dragon Door Temple to Zhaozhuang, following the same path as Bobby Allen and Roland Pinger, no small feat for those young boys to accomplish in the middle of the night through military lines. Taking rural country roads east for 10 or so miles, I gasped when Baozugu Mountain came into view, part of the Baodugu National Forest Park, or Baodugu Guojia Sunlin Gongyan. I repeatedly climbed the Baozugu summit, which is very much in the same condition it was in 1923. The Temple of the Clouds, Sanqing Temple, or Temple of the Three Pure Ones, or Sanqing Guan, continues to operate as a Taoist temple in the foothills below Baozugu Mountain. Because of the temple's isolation, the buildings, the courtyard, and the ancient ginkgo tree are in relatively the same condition as in 1923, with the icons and statuary intact and still adorning the temple altars. I sat for hours in the small temple structures to get a feel of where Musso, Friedman, Powell, Rowlett, Henley, Hung, Jicheng, Pinger, Allen, Solomon, the Shanghai cousins, the Vareyas, and the others slept for weeks. I stood under and touched the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree, still thriving in much the way that it was in 1923. There in the temple courtyard, I interviewed the locals who are perhaps the descendants of Baozugu bandits, speaking regional dialects through interpreters. There, too, I sat with the granddaughter of Major Pinger and daughter of Roland Pinger Jr., Candace Pinger Smith, reflecting on the many stories she was told by her grandfather and father. Baozugu National Forest Park is a relatively unknown tourist attraction with a rickety cable car that, on demand and winds permitting, takes hikers to the conical base of the Sugarloaf Mountain for a steep climb to the top of Calf-Carrying Hill. The mountain caves that dot the landscape from centuries before contain scores of rock carvings of religious icons that the hostages wrote about in their diaries. There is no mention of the Lincheng incident in any of the signage or brochures of Baozugu, although on the climb to the summit one finds a reflective, if not a somber, statement of the past carved into the rock. 这星期1年2，每晚接声音，这星期1年3，得横下2进。To think of all the evil things is to generate evil practices. To think of all the good things is to generate good practices. For all those who traverse the countryside of Lincheng, with me experiencing the magic and mysticism of the region as we followed the steps of Sun Mei-yao and his captives, I welcome you back. For those who have not been to China's bandit country but wish to do so, I look forward to enjoying the sunset at the top of Baozugu Mountain with you, whenever you get here. This has been a Hachette audio production of The Peking Express, the bandits who stole a train, stunned the West, and broke the Republic of China. Written by James M Zimmerman. Read by David Shi. Production supervised by Gennett Harvey. Produced by VoiceWorks Audio. Post-production by VoiceWorks Audio. The Peking Express, the bandits who stole a train, stunned the West, and broke the Republic of China, is also available in print and as an e-book from Public Affairs, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2023 by James M Zimmerman. Audio production copyright 2023 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights.